We will begin in 3 minutes. One minute. Welcome, everyone, to the 18th Career Partners E-Squared Finals. I'm Ashley Carter, proud board member of the Career Partners Board of Directors and current member of the E-Squared Program Management Team, working alongside my incredible crew here, Randy Richards-Lutz, Bryce Hardy, Beth Lane, Jen Brandis, Patty Singleton, and Jason Rice. Today, we're here to celebrate the vision, determination, and grit of our incredible student entrepreneurs. This moment right here marks the culmination of months of hard work, collaboration, and innovation, and it all comes together right here. Get ready, you're about to be impressed, seriously. Teams, you made it, we're here. Take a moment, soak it all in. This is your time. Look around at your family, friends, mentors. We'll be hearing from 6 fantastic teams who've been building their business ideas since January, all in preparation for today's big pitch to our panel of seasoned venture capitalists. A huge thank you to Jen Brandis for putting together today's program. Inside, you'll find a snapshot of past champions as well as introduction to today's finalist teams. In addition, today we are proud to celebrate the 25th anniversary of Career Partners. This program highlights the journey so far and the impact this initiative has had along the way. Before we begin, there's a few housekeeping notes to help us keep the playing field fair and square. Please power down all electronic devices, phones, tablets, laptops, and keep them off until all presentations are concluded. I'm going to give everyone a minute to check their phones. Nothing like having a phone go off in the middle of a presentation. Please hold your applause and comments until each presentation and judging panel's feedback are complete. Out of respect for the teams and fairness, there should be no communication with any students who have not presented. Teams could be disqualified for any breaches. Is everyone clear? Head nods? Yes, thank you. Also, teams waiting to present, you may not watch other teams or follow the live stream. This keeps things fair and square. Throughout the morning, you're going to see a rotating list of our amazing sponsors, contributors, coaches, and 25th anniversary highlights. The E-Squared program would not be possible without their generosity, time, and energy. It truly takes a village and thousands of hours to bring this program to life. We thank each and every one of you. All right, let's rewind for a second. This semester began with randomly selected teams, starting off E-Squared with the E-Squared kickoff here at Culpeper Technical Education Center, where students met their teammates for the first time and began team building. From there, they dove headfirst into the world of entrepreneurship, learning what a business plan is and what it's not, how to market and finance a concept, and how to present it with confidence. Our coaches, who are listed in the program, went above and beyond, visiting classrooms regularly, guiding students through brainstorming, budgeting, refining, and rehearsing. Also, a special thanks to Green Roost, 7 on Davis, Able Heating and Air, and O&A Coffee Car for opening their doors and giving our students a behind-the-scenes look at real-world business operations. These field trips brought our curriculum to life. And while all this was happening, these students were learning faster than a fire hose could pour, grappling with finance, accounting, social impact, research, revisions, and team dynamics. Before school, after school, on the weekends, their transformation has been nothing short of inspiring. All right, now to the folks tasked with the impossible, choosing a winner. We are honored to have 6 phenomenal judges here with us, experts in their fields, leaders in their industries, and champions of future innovators. You'll find their bios in the program, and we'll need all morning to do justice to their resumes. Please join us in welcoming Ed Dalrymple, Raymond Knott, Donna Staten, Sharon Clark, Norm Loudermilk, and Xavier Richardson. Judges, thank you so much for being here and lending your expertise to support the next generation of entrepreneurs. All right, students, this is it. Good luck. Be bold, be proud, and most importantly, be you. And now, to kick off the competition, I'm going to turn things over to Randy Richards-Lutz, Director of Career and Technical Education for Culpeper County Public Schools, who will guide us through what is next.
Thank you, Ashley. Good morning. Welcome to CTech and welcome to the 18th annual Entrepreneurial Energy. We are at the E-Squared Finals. Let's hear it. Looking back on how far this program has come, since its very first year, it's truly remarkable. Over time, E-Squared winners have earned nearly $500,000 in scholarships. An incredible $500,000 invested in student success. Even more impressive, folks, 100% of those scholarships have been made possible by the support of Culpeper, Virginia. That milestone speaks volumes about the talent, creativity, and dedication that we see year after year. A heartfelt thank you to the many people and partners who make E Squared possible. In the interest of time, please hold applause as I call your name. Please give a wave or just stand. Dr. Brads, our superintendent. Mr. Rob Hammond, Executive Director of Curriculum and Instruction. Our principals, Dr. Nate Bott, Dr. Danny Soderholm, and Mr. Sean Summerscales. School board members and elected officials. Our incredible coaches. Coaches, where are you? Give a wave. Parents, where's our parents in the audience? Sponsors, where's our sponsors? Our preliminary round judges. Patty Singleton. Jody Stone is in the office. Ainsley Cockrell, Jason Rice, and Mark Callahan. To my right, Bryce Hardy, who you haven't met yet, who leads our E Squared coaches, along with Ashley, who leads our judging panels. Our media and AV team, John Krawchuk in the back. Nick Morris, I have to mention his name, he's not here, but both with Culpeper Media Network. INL DJ, Ian Keeney, back there in the back. Culpeper County Public Schools, Laura Hoover and Bo Corbin. The Career Partners Board, if we have board members this morning, if you could please give us a wave. And of course, past E Squared champions. Do we have any in the audience today? If we have a past E Squared champion, we'd like you to stand. Jack Fleming, I know, is back there. Sydney Boyer from Culpeper County High School. Stand up, guys. Let's give them a round of applause. So thank you all that we just recognized for your unwavering support. Now let's recognize the amazing students competing today, as well as the other teams who competed in our preliminary competition. We have 10 impressive teams representing 2 schools. Teams, I'd like you to please stand when I call your name and then have a seat. And in the interest of time, audience, let's hold applause until all teams have been announced. From Eastern View High School, please welcome Calm Pulse, coached by Pam Bertoni and Bill Bertoni. Finalist, Bread and Butter. That's Bread and Butter, coached by Kevin Richards and Reagan Ketterer. Next, we have finalist, Route Guard, coached by Kevin Richards and Reagan Ketterer. Finalist, Status Rap, coached by Josh Headley and Jack Fleming. Finalist, Magna Loop, coached by Josh Headley and Jack Fleming. From Culpeper County High School, Century Pass, coached by Tad Loving and Sydney Boyer. Miles to Miles, coached by Dan Carlton and Matt Guris. Mellow, coached by Cody Banks and James Jewett. Finalist, Tara Turn, coached by Tad Loving and Sydney Boyer. Finalist, Graduate, coached by Dan Carlton and Matt Curis. Let's give all of our student innovators and coaches a big round of applause. So here's how today will work. Teams will have time to officially set up. Graduate has volunteered to go first, and that's why I just realized they weren't there for us to give them a round of applause. So they will set up. Mr. Mark Callahan is our proctor. He will help them with that. They are not being scored at that time, and he will take them back out into the hallway. I will formally introduce them to you, and they will come in. They will have 15 minutes to present with a 2-minute warning. Ms. Cockrell is keeping time over there. This will be followed by a 10-minute question and answer period from our judges, and I will give them a 1-minute warning. This is very important to keep in mind. If you hear anything I say this morning, this is so important. 60% of the team's score has already been calculated by our finals judges for the written portion of their business plan. The remaining 40% of their score you will see today. There is only one person who knows where we stand right now, and he's right here. You need security, Jason. To maintain fairness, only the presenting team may remain in the room. All other teams will remain in our CTEC makerspace, and they are not permitted, as Ashley said, to watch live in person or via the live stream. They can after they've presented. And finally, just a friendly reminder, please silence those cell phones so we can focus on the amazing work of these students. The moment you've been waiting for, we're going to draw the presentation order. Sean Summerskill sealed this yesterday, so I know all of them are in here. You will, as I said, beginning at 8:30 in about 2 minutes, graduate, volunteer to go first. So the other 5 are right here, and I'm just going to shake them all up, and here we go. Going second at 9:05 is Route Guard. Next is Bread and Butter. Next, we have Magna Loop. Terra Turn and Status Wrap. We will have we're supposed to start in 1 minute, but that team's not going to be ready yet. So we will start at 8:35. Thank you. We'll be right back. 30 seconds. John, are we ready? Thank you, sir. Mr. Callahan? Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Graduate.
Good morning. Good morning.
Meet you.
How are you?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Good morning, sir.
Nice to meet you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Graduate. As you know, you will have 15 minutes to present. I will give you a 2-minute warning if needed, 10 minutes for questions with a 1-minute warning, and you may begin now.
Good morning, judges. We are Graduate, Track Today, Achieve Tomorrow. And I'm Noel Heffron, the Chief Executive Officer, handling the overall vision and growth of the company.
Hi, I'm Amalia Ferreira. I'm the Chief Operations Officer, and I will ensure daily smooth operations as well as platform performance.
Hi, I'm Amelie Morton. I'm the Chief Marketing Officer. I handle daily operations as well as school partnerships.
Hi, my name is Alyssa Harding. I am the Chief Financial Officer, and I will be taking care of all of the financials throughout our future business.
As you can see here, this is just a very small glimpse of all the activities we have going on in our lives. For example, I'm an SCA, I work at Starbucks, and I have many hobbies outside of school.
Personally, I've been a part of 3 different varsity sports teams. I received multiple awards in different academic subjects. I've been part of multiple clubs, including a community service club, and much, much more.
For me, I work 2 jobs in the restaurant industry as well as playing multiple sports and doing a lot of volunteering.
I have been in multiple varsity sports as well as multiple clubs like FCCLA and NJHS, as well as 3 jobs in the restaurant industry.
Judges, seeing all these pictures, you can probably imagine how hard it can be for students to remember everything that they've done in high school come application season. This is why we created Graduate.
Graduate is a platform that tracks students' academics, achievements, sports, clubs, and awards throughout middle and high school. It creates a customized college, workforce, and military pathway based on their future career interests.
Way too often, students forget crucial information like awards, certifications, extracurriculars, and much more, especially when it comes time to applying to jobs and colleges. Many students also aren't sure what classes and opportunities align with the future that they want, leaving them lost and confused. On the other hand, counselors and teachers don't always have a clear view of student progress, making it a lot harder to guide them when it matters the most.
Building off of what Amalia said, as someone who just recently went through the college application process, lost achievements was something I really struggled with. Remembering the things that I didn't say freshman and sophomore year and the exact dates, titles, and names of those things that I've done is a real struggle for me, and I know for other students like myself.
Now I'm going to walk you through our solutions. First, we have our achievement logging. This allows the student to input any information that is important to them, whether it's sports, academics, achievements, or even volunteering. All they have to do is log the information. Our system will save it, saving them the hassle of having to remember. Next, we have our pathway planning. This is where our AI takes place. Our AI pulls from the Achieve logging and starts career and college building based off of the information that has been logged. This gives the students a more clear and better perspective of what their future could look like. Then we also have our admin insight. This is extremely helpful because if students ever input any incorrect information or forget to add info, admin can be there to help and assist as well as leaving comments. And lastly, we offer resume building. The reason we offer resume building is because way too often students don't know how to do their resume or they don't want to do their resume, and this gives them a shortcut.
We are asking for a $635,000 investment for a 22% return on equity for a 108% return by year 5.
Breaking down our startup costs a little bit more, you can see that the majority of our cost is going towards our app development, beta testing, and technology, making sure that Graduate is the best that it can possibly be. Then, the remaining funds are towards our marketing and advertising, payroll and professional fees like our intellectual property patent, and contingencies in case we need to fall back on any more funds. Additionally, a reason that our startup cost may be higher than other products is because, as a software as a service, our product has the majority of the cost in the initial investment. Going into years 1 through 5, our cost per user and our maintenance fees are very, very low, allowing us to gain more profit that we can then spend on things like employees, marketing, and growing our company at a faster rate.
With Graduate, students can track their achievements all in one place, while counselors can use a dashboard to view and verify student progress throughout the year. Our platform will connect to school systems to pull key information like classes and GPA, and from there, it can create a personal roadmap that aligns with the student's future goals. As we mentioned earlier, it can also generate a professional resume using saved information. This is perfect for economic and finance classes, which is required in all but 11 U.S. states. As students continue to use the app, the information will update, giving them an ongoing view of their journey.
Breaking down the AI portions of our app, we chose GPT Nano to operate in the background, creating the resumes and helping with the college and career planning of the app.
We have researched multiple different types of AIs to see which one would be best to fit into their app of Graduate. We found that GPT Nano was the best to fit into our financials, as well as the implementation for our career planning, as well as our resume building.
What Graduate is not a decision maker. Yes, we have AI recommending colleges and careers, but the students are not obligated to those recommendations. They truly pave their own path. This also ties in with us not being a control system. For example, if a student just wants to use one feature in our app, they can do so. They don't have to use our app as a whole. We are also not only for college because, like stated previously, we have AI generating trade, military, and workforce. And lastly, we are not a social media. We comply with FERPA and corporate regulations ensuring that students' information are kept safe. Students are also not allowed to interact with other students. The only allowed interactions are between student and admin only.
When creating Graduate, we wanted to learn more about how to properly create an educational app. This is why we reached out to our school's IT department, who put us in contact with Brian Rubin, a director of accounts at PowerSchool. PowerSchool is the single largest student information system in the United States, serving over 80% of districts in America. And for those of you in the audience who don't know, student information systems are the framework that schools rely on to track things like students' names, their classes, their ages, and even if you got detention back in middle school. Brian Rubin worked closely with us throughout the development of our business plan, helping us to understand the rules and regulations and the logistics of creating an educational app. He even visited us just a few weeks ago to meet us in person and to review our plans and presentation and give us feedback. He stated that by being able to integrate with PowerSchool and other similar student information systems, Graduate would be a great help in preparing students for their lives after graduation.
For our development and security, we chose Brackish Security. We chose Brackish due to its compliance with our COPA and FERPA regulations in order to keep our student data properly protected. Brackish also ensures an easy to use and easy to integrate with other common student information systems. Graduate's cost is $150,000 for over 3 to 4 months, which will come from our initial investment.
Our primary customer groups are going to be school districts as a business-to-business relationship. We will be marketing mostly to superintendents and other district administrators that can get our app implemented quickly and efficiently. Another benefit of marketing to school districts is that by capturing just a single district, we are placed in every school in that region, meaning a more widespread implementation much faster. Then, in year 2, we will be launching our personal plans, which will allow students who are, say, out of district, homeschooled, or who have graduated to gain the access to the features of our program. And with over 17 million high schoolers in the United States, even capturing just 1% of that market gives us over 170,000 users, demonstrating just how much room Graduate has to grow.
We will directly connect to school districts by presenting our platform at trade shows and career readiness events so that we can build long-term partnerships. We will use emails and online advertisements to connect with principals and other decision makers. On top of that, we will attend educational conferences and local school events where we will give demos and offer our free 8th grade subscription. Over here on our table is some examples of our awesome swag that we're going to hand out at different trade shows that we attend.
What makes Graduate so different is that we give students more than one option for after graduation. For example, we have Naviance. Naviance was used in the past for college readiness, but the app was so hard to navigate that the school stopped funding it. This is also very similar to Score. Score is also a college ready app. The only difference was that it had barely any features to use. Then we have our Student LinkedIn app. This is for students who are coming out of high school and that are looking for a job. It's very similar to other job searching apps, just more for beginner jobs. And lastly, we have our Manual Notes app. This is really just used for portfolios and reminders, and it's also not available in every software, unlike Graduate. None of these apps offer the features and benefits that we are offering.
We conducted a student survey from high school students regarding the app of Graduate. First, we asked if students would be interested in an app that would track their accolades, achievements, sports clubs, and awards, and 86% of those students said yes. We also asked if any of the students had any current application that they were using to track their achievements, sports, awards, etc., and 85% of those students said no. This goes to show that Graduate would be a great addition to our school systems.
Before our first year launch, we will offer our platform for free to Culpeper County schools so that we can fix any bugs in our app before our first sales. Then, we will begin in Virginia and reach around 5 to 6 local school districts. By year 2, we will expand into DC and Maryland. This is also the first year that will offer our individual plan option, making our platform more accessible to homeschool and individual students as well as graduates. By year 3, we will continue to build off of that progress to reach national levels. Finally, by year 4, we will continue to build to reach around 240 schools, which is about 1% of U.S. high school students. Finally, by year 5, we will continue to build to reach 1.5% of high school students nationwide. Now, how will we capture this market? We will build trust early on by offering our pilot program and our free 8th grade subscription so that we can turn these schools into success stories that others will want to follow.
And judges, something we want you to understand is just how conservative these numbers are. With our close relationship with PowerSchool, we believe that we can have a much faster growth. But even in the worst case scenario, we are still greatly profitable.
For our school systems, we will start at $11.50 per student per year, continuing 9th through 12th. The reason we chose this pricing is because we wanted it to be affordable and accessible to all schools. For our monthly, we will start at $1.99, and they will be given full access to just the student side of the platform. For our yearly, we will charge $19.99, and they also have the same features as our monthly.
For our 5-year profit and loss chart, as you can see, we are negative in our first year. This is due to the required API and beta testing as well as the pilot program provided to Culpeper County students. In the following years, we will begin to gain profit by our large advertising efforts as well as our low cost per user. And by year 5, we will have over $2 million in net profit after taxes.
Now, let's take a look at some of our student and teacher app perspectives.
Here we have our student perspective. As you can see, it's very student-friendly and simple to navigate. Right at the bottom, we have our resume builder. How this works is it pulls from our academic tracker and our college and career matching, and it spits out a ready-to-use resume.
Up here, we have our upcoming tasks, which is perfect for organized students like me, so you can see what you get done as you cross it off.
We also have our progress overview, which shows how many goals you have completed out of how many goals that you have set for yourself, as well as our index to the left, which can break down all of your little individual segments that are shown on your dashboard.
On the right, you can see the roadmap and goals, as well as the college and career matching, where our app will take the students' input interests, as well as the data that they've inputted, and our app will provide recommendations on college and careers, as well as classes to take to reach their goals.
And now for our teacher perspective of the Graduate app. As you can see, it provides all of the student information directly up on the dashboard, like the amount of active members on the app, the average GPAs, as well as the upcoming deadlines to let the students know that they might have a deadline coming up in the next couple weeks. We also have an efficient messaging system between administration to students and students to administration only because Graduate is not a social media.
Students don't stop at graduation, and neither does Graduate. As soon as a student walks across that stage, we'll send a personal email inviting them to continue their journey through our individual plan. We'll store students' data for up to 10 years after graduation, so their progress won't just disappear. Our individual plan will evolve with the user, being sure to support them with whatever path they choose, whether that's straight into the workforce,
Germana for early childhood education,
The military,
or even to Mary Washington. Thank you for listening, judges, and we are now open for questions.
Mr. Dalrymple, we'll begin with you, sir.
Very nice presentation. I thought you guys did a good job in answering some questions I had about AI. I'm still concerned about your first year in the startup, if you have enough time to put it together and still get the, to get your sponsors or your registers. What's your feeling for that, to be able to have the time to develop the app itself?
So working with Brackish to create the program, and they gave us a proposal of the exact cost and the timeline that would be to create that. And additionally, we are having a pilot program in the startup phase to pilot in Culpeper to work out any bugs, etc., giving us more time to reach out to schools and establish some partnerships before we enter year one.
And that's another reason we're waiting to launch our individual plan for year 2. So we know it'll be a little easier to reach out to bigger school districts to help fix a bug rather than each individual person.
Good answer.
Again, good job on your presentation. Very well done. Question I have is sort of going back to your financials. It appears in your projections you assume that both schools and individuals will continue subscribing year after year, but the plan doesn't identify a specific renewal rate. So my question is, what renewal percentages are you realistically expecting, and what evidence did you come up with to support that renewal rate level?
So we did do some research about the retention rate of schools, and while educational apps do have a lower retention rate than maybe other programs, we did try and reflect that in our plan and make sure that we were profitable even with those low retention rates.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. Really great job on your presentation. Very fluid, nice overview. My question really transitions a little bit into your target audience. So I know that you chose the private homeschool market in year 2. Would just ask that you kind of explain why you chose that market in year 2, because those oftentimes could be students that you have more traction with, that need more support, guidance, and direction. And then how would you differentiate your marketing specific to schools as opposed to that private market?
So we found that just in Culpeper alone, there's over like 900 homeschool students. So this is a big market for us. So we wanted to market to them so they don't feel excluded just from our app just focusing on school districts.
Additionally, we know that you asked about how we're going to differentiate our advertising. We will have online advertising and other forms of advertising to reach the families and the students so that we're not only marketing to the school districts once we launch those personal plans.
Can I ask one more question?
Yes.
Okay. You know, with a software-based app, you have to be very cognizant of cyber attacks. Mm-hmm. So would love to hear, you know, what your contingency downtime plan is for operations in the event of a cyber attack.
Yeah, so all of our security is through Brackish. So Brackish Security would be taking care of all of the future, if we did possibly have a cyber attack, that they would be taking care of that, and if not, that we would get initial help.
And we also talked to Bryce Hardy, and he actually suggested Brackish, and they do specialize in hacking. They're very protected.
Great, thank you.
Well, I'm just going to say that your outfits are rocking my world, okay?
Thank you.
I'm loving the look here. You guys did a great job. I loved your presentation, and I loved your business proposal. The colors, just the everything. You'll see that in my comments. But anyway, you mentioned that the school system had a program. Is it called Naviance? Naviance. So, and they let that app go, and you mentioned a little bit it's because of user, it was unfriendly or something. Can you elaborate on that? Because it seems to me like that's a definite negative going into trying to sell this program.
So Naviance, they partnered with PowerSchool, so they're a little more teacher focused, and the layout is a lot more confusing to use. So we wanted to make Graduate, that was one of our main focuses, very easy to navigate, so it's easy for the students to use and they will want to use it.
Additionally, we'll have a more fun aspect for the students, that if they input their awards and their stuff, they'll get points that they can then, or awards, and they can earn that through the app, making them more wanting to engage with the app.
What do they do with the points?
It's just more of a incentive for them to
Excellent.
reuse the app, yeah.
Yeah. It was a great answer. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
All right. Great job, everybody. You know, when we as investors hear about the initial ideas and start reading the business plans, it's always good when the problem solved really clicks with us. And forgetting what you did recently definitely clicks with a lot of us, I think. So good job there. Here's what I'd like to see. You're describing a SaaS app, software as a service application. Mm-hmm. And when I look through your rollout plan and your financial plan, which for my finance experts on the board, you'll be surprised it's the first time I looked through the financial numbers. I'd love to see an acceleration of your deployment as a SaaS app. I don't really see a reason why you should start regionally. Why not just offer it to the whole world free on day one? Build that that customer attachment that makes it really hard to get off of your platform, and then start charging in year two. I think you could accelerate getting to those massive profitability years by doing that. Had you thought about that? Because with a SaaS app, it doesn't really matter the scale. It's just cloud costs.
We definitely did think about that, of scaling more faster than usual, but we chose to play it the safe route and go regionally and then do our 8th grade pilot program as well as our pilot program to the Culpeper County students, just to grasp those people and those buyers, just to keep marketing.
And we do have less employees at the beginning, so we wanted to make sure it wasn't all around the world, so we didn't have to get a bunch of employees to implement all around.
Okay, makes sense. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you. Done a great job, and this is going to address a major need for young people. I've mentored over 8,000 young people in the past 30 some years in their preparation for going to college, etc. I like that idea of trying to maintain that relationship after they leave college. Have you given any thought to how you will tweak this particular product or modify it to address the needs of students who are in college or in military or other environments? Because you certainly would need different things when you're in a college setting, and you won't have the administrator of the school involved, oversight, etc. Have you given any thought to how you will adapt it?
So with our personal plans, they are less integrated with the school systems since they're individual plans. They'd be more owned by the student or the college student or the graduate. We spoke with Marty Baldwin, a chief mission officer at Goodwill, and he gave us information about how many job seekers there are in Virginia and how many that have been helped through Goodwill. And we believe that going past years 1 through 5, that we could expand more to add more features and then include a broader market for the graduated people.
Great, thank you.
We're at 1 minute and 15 seconds, so we have time for 1 or 2 more questions.
Any more questions?
Well, I'm always happy to answer or ask more questions. One thing I struggled with, I'll be honest, again, as investors, we have to think about, is the problem solved really defining a whole new product in a company that we can invest in? Or are you describing an advanced feature set in an already existing company or product? And so you mentioned, I'm just looking at my notes, Power School. Did you think about whether this should just be a new tab or a new section of Power School? And then you mentioned in your presentation resume building. Potentially LinkedIn or a resume building app, is this just more features in there? And then after your presentation, I have to say, I think I answered my own question because
He took a whole minute to ask y'all that.
Sorry.
We're out of time, Norm. Tell them what a
All
great
right.
job they did.
Yeah, great job.
Sorry we couldn't
Great
answer your
answer on that
question.
last question.
Thank you. Graduate. Audience, audience will begin at 9:05 with route guard. 9:05.
All right, 30 seconds. Seconds. Sorry, I was yapping. Like I do. John, are you ready? Ladies and gentlemen, Route Guard. Good morning, Route Guard. As you know, you will have 15 minutes to present. I'll give you a 2-minute warning if needed, 10 minutes for questions, 1-minute warning. And you may begin now.
Good morning, investors. We are Route Guard, the solution to your school's safety transportation worries. Route Guard is a system built to help schools track when students get on and off the bus, providing parents with real-time SMS text message notifications. It equips drivers as well as administrators with stronger and more reliable tools for safety and accountability. Our leadership team consists of 4 core roles. I'm Frank Dobrovolny, the CEO.
Hi, I'm Lily, the COO.
Hi, I'm Samantha, the CMO.
And I'm Cameron, the CFO. Together we all operate to keep children safe while riding the bus.
Across America, there has been many school bus incidents. Kids not getting on the right bus, kids getting dropped off in the wrong locations, and in bad cases, kids going missing for hours. Route Guard solves these problems.
Miss Brockman is an administrator at Eastern View High School. When her son was in kindergarten, he boarded the wrong bus on one of the very first days of school. The bus driver and administrators knew he was on the wrong bus, but let the bus continue its route anyways. She says if Route Guard had been in use, he never would have been lost, and the bus never would have driven away with him on it. Stories like these aren't uncommon. On the next slide, you'll hear a story from another kindergartner who experienced the same type of bus confusion.
One time my bus driver put me on the bus when I wasn't supposed to, and I was really sad and scared. And my mommy didn't know where I was. And then a stranger told me to put me to get in his truck, but I didn't. And I really hope that never happens ever again.
Route Guard helps solve these problems. Right now, schools are relying on multiple disconnected tools, which make everything hard to manage and a lot easier for mistakes to happen. On top of that, there's no tracking for students. So schools do not know whether the kids are on the bus or getting off at the right stop. Route Guard brings everything into a simpler system with real-time tracking, making sure every single student is accounted for.
The most important part of our mission at Route Guard is your child's safety. We give alerts when your kid gets on and off the bus. And we integrate through AT&T FirstNet in case of emergency so first responders can have faster response times. We ease parents' worries even in this rising time of safety concerns.
Please bring your attention to the front while we demonstrate our technology options. Each student will receive a UHF RFID keychain or wristband to scan when getting on and off the bus. This is the same contactless technology that is used in Tap to Pay and employee ID badges. The bus scanner instantly flashes green if everything is okay, or red if there's an issue. That information is sent directly to the driver screen in real time with no delay. Our driver screen includes a panic button for emergencies that connects drivers instantly with emergency services with zero delay. Other features include real-time messaging, instant alerts, and live bus route GPS tracking. Overall, it's a simple, all-in-one system that gives drivers the notifications they need in bus delays or route issues. Our admin dashboard is a simple, all-in-one system that allows administrators to see active routes, buses, and student information all in one place, allowing them to run their daily operations easier and smoother, allowing them to respond to emergencies faster and with more confidence. For transportation administrators, it allows them to see the same information across an entire district, giving them the information they need to stay strong during transportation.
Before we continued, we'd like you as investors to watch an endorsement and partnership from Culpeper County Sheriff Tim Shilton.
I was asked to speak about Route Guard, which is one of the E-Squared teams here in the county for this year's competition. And I went and met with these kids a couple weeks ago, and an amazing product, which I believe is probably going to change the dynamics of some of our transportation issues. I guess it would be smaller issues with our bus system. And their product is something that would be huge for public safety. It tracks the kids on and off the bus. It lets you know when the kids are on the right bus or the wrong bus. It gives you times of arrival, times of leaving, all these different things that would be great to chase down whether or not they're going to be a true missing child. A lot of times we get calls for missing kids, and they're really not. They are on the wrong bus, or they didn't get from school to the bus. But I think this would be a great asset for the county. I think it'd be a great asset across the country. If this comes to fruition for these guys, it will be an amazing product.
Pricing breakdown. Every unit we sell equals one bus, and each unit costs $6,000. This includes the screen, and the scanner, and the necessary RFID tags for said bus. And this, in the first year of buying this, it comes with the dashboard subscription. And after year one, this dashboard subscription costs $14,000 annually. And if schools find it necessary, they can purchase RFID tags in packs of 40 for $35.
We validate the need for student transportation safety through primary research. We conducted a survey and received 105 responses from bus drivers, teachers, school, and transportation administrators. We also surveyed parents. Many of them expressed concerns about substitute driver bus confusion, students getting on the wrong bus, students getting off at the wrong stop, and bus. Overall, both surveys show great support towards a system like Route Guard and confirmed a clear need for more communication within student transportation.
Investors, we are seeking $450,000 for 20% equity.
The K-12 transportation safety market is large and growing as expectations rise. In 2024, the market exceeded $2 billion, with projected growth to exceed $5 billion in 2033. This is because schools demand stronger and more reliable safety systems, and parents want real-time notifications.
Our key startup expenses. Our advertising budget is $38,000. We use that to maintain a strong social media presence, attend regular PTO meetings, and national and statewide safety conferences. Our R&D budget is $50,000, which we'll use to continue developing our product behind the scenes.
Our 5-year outlook begins in year 1, where we plan to sell to individual schools, sports teams, and private institutions. In year 2, we plan to be fully operational in multiple districts and schools. In year 3, we plan to expand our platform and strengthen its features. In years 4 and 5, we plan to continue our expansion into more districts and strengthen its features.
In year 1, we expect to sell 260 units. The reason for this high unit count is our focus on initial implementation across multiple districts. This will grow to over 2,900 sales by year 5. uh, according to key three factors: the demand for safety, the rising need and quality for equipments in schools, and the need for an all-in-one tool. In year one, we expect to have over $100,000 in sales, growing to over $5 million in year five, and we expect in over 5 years to generate over $9 million of revenue. Investors, you can expect to earn back double your initial investment by year three.
There are multiple steps regarding implementing RouteGuard into a school system. The very first step is a direct sales meeting with school board members and transportation directors. From there, we propose a quote of our price into the next year's budget. Once that budget is approved, we can then begin the pilot program process. The pilot program is built to provide us with data on how we can adjust our system to fit each school's needs. Once we finish adjusting our system, we can then begin the full-scale implementation process.
RouteGuard's target consumers consist of public schools, private schools, AAU teams and travel teams, as well as private institutions. Within those organizations, we aim for the people who use transportation systems daily, like parents, teachers and admin, drivers, and coaches. StopFinder is one of our biggest and most local competitors, but I'm going to let the quote on the board speak for that. Yikes, thank goodness for RouteGuard. RouteGuard is different from our competitors because we are more than just location tracking. Competitors may offer basic bus tracking, but we combine exit and boarding verification, wrong bus prevention, anonymous school tags, offline safety support, and a tiered panic button. We are building a broader safety platform, not just a single-use tool.
RouteGuard's marketing strategy will consist of maintaining an active digital presence on social media and education platforms, where we will post success stories and how to use demonstration videos. Starting in year 2 of service, RouteGuard will commit 10% of its net profit to underfunded and underserved schools. Additionally, our community outreach consists of attending regular PTO Q&A meetings, as well as school safety events and collaboration with sheriff's offices, police departments, and emergency management teams. The pilot program is built to supply 5 school buses per school. This is priced at $9,000. It's built to provide us with data how we can adjust our system. Finally, we will attend state, regional, and national transportation conferences where we will provide a live product demonstration and interactive booth for transportation directors, school board members, and bus drivers.
RouteGuard operates out of Charlotte, North Carolina, with all of our electric components coming from American Circuits, which is local to our headquarters. All of our plastic casings will be assembled by Double O Plastics and our packaging from Company Box. From there, we will package, ship directly to school districts. This system allows us to maintain efficiency and simplicity.
At RouteGuard, our mission is to help every child get home safely. We built our system around 3 priorities: reliability, simplicity, and privacy, so schools can depend on real technology that works in real transportation environments.
From the time we've been presenting, thousands of kids have gotten on and off a bus, but there's still no reliable system in place to make sure every kid is safe. Just one kid going missing from bus confusion is just far too many, and you never think it's going to be your kid until it is. Help us create a safer ride home for your children. Thank you, and we are now open for any questions.
Mr. Richardson will begin down there, sir.
Certainly, this is a much-needed service. I see it in the school district where I am, where not only has been a problem with kids getting on the right bus, but sometimes non-students getting on the bus as well. So that's that additional safety precaution there. But I'm struggling a little bit with the need for a child to be responsible for a couple of pieces of equipment, for lack of a better term to use. And as one who can, I'm not sure if I even have the right keys in my pocket to get back into my car now. So to expect a child at an early grade level, or any child, to be responsible enough that they can be sure that they have the right device, because the device is such that you can't tell whose it is, right? So if I have 2 or 3 kids in the house and they all grab the key, the device as they're walking out, they can easily pick up the wrong one. Or if they lose it on the bus, how do you know whose it is? And what do you do if a kid does not have it and cannot get on the bus? Are there some things that are built in to address some of those issues? Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that question. For schools, we give them the technology option on each tag. If the school does choose tags to go on backpacks, we give them the option to put the student name or information on the tag if they please. If the student does not have their tag with them, the bus driver can easily override and click which student has boarded or exited their bus.
I'll be brief. This is great. Really solves a big need. My wife and I have a 9-year-old, and this would be great to get a text when he gets on the bus or off the bus, things like that. I think a lot about cybersecurity and bad actors, and the first thing that came to mind was that this could be used by a malicious person to track a child just as efficiently as a parent tracking a child. And so I'd love for you to spend a minute just talking about your thoughts on cybersecurity and how you intend to secure the platform so that bad actors can't use it in bad ways.
Thank you for that question. We do take cybersecurity very seriously, considering that we're handling sensitive information. The information that we do take comes from student information systems, such as PowerSchool. We only maintain and hold the information that we directly need, and we make sure that we closely integrate with cybersecurity auditing companies to make sure that we are secure at all times.
Thank you.
Wow, that really makes you think, doesn't it? Mm. So I want to address the amazing salaries that you all are going to be paid in your proposal. I know you're worth lots of money, but I'm going to give you money, but I'm going to be paying your salaries, a lot of it. So can you address that after I tell you that your outfits look amazing and I love your attire, and also the green and navy are just rocking?
Thank you for your question. Our salaries, they're not just ours. It goes between, we have quite a few employees in year 5.
I'm talking about year 1.
Year 1, sorry for misinterpreting that.
Sorry.
We only pay ourselves $50,000, which is enough to bare minimum to live.
So I must have done something incorrectly. I'd have to go back. It's listed at $600,000 divided by 4. Anyway, we'll just address that later, okay?
Okay.
I do believe you're worth it, but anyway, thank you so much, and I look forward to hearing more about this.
So good morning. Great job presenting, you guys. And as a mother of 4 children, something like this would have given me a lot of peace of mind when they were little. My question is really around your supply chain. And you're developing a product that requires manufacturing, and you went into great detail describing how you selected your location and your suppliers. So, North Carolina, I'm going to give you an example. In the healthcare industry where I worked, we have a very large supplier that provides saline. They had a natural disaster in Asheville, North Carolina, that took out their entire production plant. So we had to source other locations. So how would you intend to address supply chain disruption with your supplier in the sense that it's local to your location? And is that something that you would love to understand how you would address that?
Thank you for that question. In case of a serious disaster such as that, American Circuits does have multiple locations that we could easily move to and have our products manufactured there.
Great, thank you. I too had the same question about your generous salaries, but I also agree that you're very worth it. I do have one other question. I do have one other question. And again, as a parent, and I had many examples where my child wanted to ride home on the bus with someone else. How will your product address some of those kind of deviations in standard practice?
Great question. The same way that schools currently do it is they write a pass for the student to board a different bus. It'd be the same thing. Instead of having the child on that bus, they would just select that child needs to ride home on a different bus.
Great, thank you.
Good morning. Good job on your presentation. My question goes into some of your projections. In there, you assume that you're going to have a fairly steady adoption rate by the school districts that you're going to be presenting to. However, we all know that many municipalities face very tight budgets and have to make some difficult decisions at times, especially when they're seeing some higher cost around staffing facilities and their own transportation costs. So what assumptions are you most confident in your projections, and which would you change if you first felt some fiscal pressure from the different school districts?
Can you rephrase the question, please?
Sure. So you're pitching to school districts. They have really tight budgets and budget constraints. If they're facing budget constraints, what assumptions would you change in your projections about adoption and or continuation with the school district?
Yes, thank you. In our marketing strategy, we mentioned committing 10% of our net profit to underfunded schools. This is specifically tier 1 schools where they don't really have the money to adopt such a system, but they would love to have the system.
Okay, thank you.
So my very good question will be, how do you expect to handle regulatory and data privacy issues, having all the parents want to sign up for the programs and things?
Thank you for that question. Could you elaborate a little bit on what you mean by data privacy?
You've got regulations that you have to abide by that are government regulations. You also have the times that parents may or may not want to be a part of the program. So how would you address that?
It is up to the school to manage if parents would like to opt out of the system, and the schools can provide this option to parents.
Okay.
We have a little over a minute if you have another question.
Why, thank you, Randy. I'd love to.
You're so welcome, Norm. Please, please.
One thing I didn't see in your operating model was the cost for communications. You mentioned AT&T wireless for communicating to the buses. How much does that cost?
So that is integrated with our dashboard prices that the schools pay yearly. That is the $14,000 subscription, and that includes connectivity and support.
Great, thank you.
We have time for one more.
I got a quick question, and it's about your valuation. So as a greedy capitalist, game recognizes game here. So at your $450 investment for 20%, how did you come up with your valuation of the company?
We came up with that by the massive need for our product and the massive market it'll be going into and how it's growing. We expect that this massive market will eat up our product and really enjoy what we're putting out there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Route Guard. Hey. Bread and butter will begin at 9:40. John, are we ready when you are? No, we're not. Okay. You have probably another minute or two. John's not ready. We'll begin when I get the thumbs up from Mr. Krawchuk. Please welcome Bread and Butter. Good morning. As you know, you will have 15 minutes to present. I'll give you a 2-minute warning if you need it, and then 10 minutes for questions with a 1-minute warning, and you may begin now.
Good morning, investors. Thank you for having us here today. To start off, I'd like to ask everyone here a question. Who here has at least once in their lives worried about their finances? That is a lot of us. And if you're past that stage, do you constantly worry about your child's financial future? Maybe trying to get them off your payroll. So what if I told you that only 1 in 3 adults worldwide possesses a basic understanding of financial literacy concepts like interest rates, investing, budgeting, and banking? According to a research conducted by annuity.org, in 2021, Americans reported losing an average of $1,400 annually because of a lack of personal finance knowledge. That is money people are not spending on groceries, emergencies, tuition, or their own future. That is money people are losing because no one taught them better. Even Jeff can't believe it. And that is exactly why we created Bread and Butter. Our mission is to create an app available on iOS and Android and a website that helps users track spending, build goals, improve financial habits, and learn essential financial concepts through short and practical lessons. Bread and Butter gives users the tools to build confidence early instead of making expensive mistakes first. I am Sarah Abdulkader, the CEO and COO of Bread and Butter.
I am Alex Watson, the CMO and CTO.
And I am Avery Hurtado, the CFO.
So, what exactly is Bread and Butter? Well, we'll start with what we are not. We are not a banking institution, nor are we some sort of investing platform, and we are definitely not your traditional finance advisor. However, we are an advanced money tracking tool with gamified financial courses to help you understand your finances.
And one of the biggest ways we make that possible is through our secret weapon, Jeff. Also present in the crowd, our inspiration. He's back there. Hello. So Jeff is our customizable AI assistant that helps and guides users make informed decisions and essentially teach them about financial things. One of the biggest ways Jeff is actually very essential to a consumer is through his personalization features. A user can customize his humor, sternness, playfulness, or anything. You can make him Jeff Bezos. When the app detects impulse spending or weak saving habits, Jeff steps in with personalized nudges and guidance. If a user keeps making small online purchases without realizing how quickly they add up, Jeff can point that out too, before that habit becomes a routine.
Now let's take a look at our app. When users first sign into our app, they are prompted to take a short financial quiz to tailor our app to their financial learning needs. They can also sign into their bank accounts with Plaid. Plaid is a third-party secure platform to secure sensitive data. On our next tab is the dashboard, where you can track your spending and the amount of budget you have left. The third tab is Bread Bag Goals, where you can set goals like Sarah's trip to Italy.
I just want to go to Italy.
The fourth tab is Jeff, where you can talk to Jeff and he'll link you to financial courses on our next tab, the Learn tab, where we have all our financial courses and our quizzes. The last tab is General Settings and Personalization Features. Then on the website, it's the same as our iOS and Android app. It's just made to be more compatible with desktop users.
Now, let's see Jeff in action. So, as you can see, Jeff just helped Avery out with his ARP. I think he means APR. And as you can see, Jeff definitely handled that flawlessly. So, now onto our competition. Bread and Butter stands out from the rest of the crowd, especially in the financial industry. Our first competitor is Clio. Clio specifically focuses on its AI coach, and it also offers financial tracking and financial goals. However, after doing some further research, we found that there is a lawsuit alleging deceptive practices, so customers don't really want to trust them. Now, for Rocket Money and Pocket Guard, they only offer financial tracking. They just track where your money goes. They don't offer the financial literacy that we do. And we also found that customers reported on Pocket Guard saying that they had slow customer support and restrictive features. Yikes. Now, Greenlight. Greenlight has gamified financial courses just like we do and focuses on teenagers, again, just like we do. However, they mainly focus on their debit card. They don't focus on teaching financial literacy to young teens and adults. That is why we, Bread and Butter, have come in and stepped in to fill that blank in the financial app industry. Now, for our primary research, 10% of adults say that their kids saved money. That's not a lot. And about 50% of teens said that budgeting and saving were some of the hardest parts of managing money, and arguably the most important. And 44% of teens said they only check their spending occasionally. That's not good.
But why is a financial literacy app like Bread and Butter especially important today? Because today, inflation is beyond the roof. Geopolitical instability is reaching maximum heights. When it used to cost only $50 to refuel my car, I paid $80 last week. That's a lot of money for a teenager like me. So while inflation remains erratic, fluctuating, ever-changing, with more than 80% of the teenagers using artificial intelligence for almost all of their daily tasks, an app like Bread and Butter can solve this economic chaos when traditional advisors are just too expensive. So let's look at who we are actually capturing. Our target audience is teenagers ranging from 15-year-olds to adults and 34-year-olds, with the total market available being about 89 million people across the United States of America. We will capture conservatively only 0.083% of that target audience.
which is equivalent to the first year of our customers, 75,000 people. Our net profit from that will be about $1.8 million.
That's a lot of money, and just a lot. And we said 75,000 customers in the first year, but how are we even going to get those people? Well, we will do that through our marketing strategy, and the first step to that is through awareness. We will go to trade shows to help inform fintech enthusiasts about our product. We will also be partnering with influencers and marketing through social media to appeal to our younger audiences. And arguably, the most important way to spread awareness is through word of mouth. 91% of people said that if someone recommended a product to them, they would at least try it. 91% is a lot. Now, the second step is conversion. You'll be able to download our app on the iOS App Store, the Google Play Store, and for desktop users who may not have a mobile phone, you'll be able to visit us on our website. And the third step, retention. We will keep user retention through Jeff's AI interactions, our gamified bread bags, and our personalized goals so that you want to stay on our app and manage your finances.
Now, we have been talking about the customers as bread for so long. So why don't we talk about bread and butters as bread instead? Get it? Money.
So the initial investment will go to our contingencies, pre-launch marketing, salaries, administrative and legal expenses, and our AI app and website development. We have two choices for our subscriptions. We have the annual, which is 40% of customers that costs $70 per year, and we have the monthly that is $7 per month and 60% of our customers. In the first year, we project almost $1.7 million in net profit, scaling dramatically to over $5 million in net profit in year 5.
That is a lot of crazy numbers, but what's the technology behind this? How do we make Jeff actually work? Well, we will do that through our app development. And the first step is the concept and planning phase, where we identify real user struggles and help solve them. NMG Technologies will be in charge of developing our app. They will be in charge of the front-end development of our app and website, and they will also be helping with the AI integration. And for the back end of our app, we will be using AWS, otherwise known as Amazon Web Services. Now, we are aware that AWS has had an outage in the past. I think it was like last year. And because security is of top priority to us, we want to make sure your banking data is not lost. So we will be using backup cloud servers in case of another outage. We will be training our AI Jeff on large data sets from trusted sources. And after we launch our app, we will launch the beta and we will receive feedback from our customers to make sure your user experience is the best. And we will tweak it so that you have the best user interaction possible.
Before we move on, investors, I have another question. I just love asking questions.
A lot of them.
Who here remembers Microsoft's very own first digital assistant? Clippy. This guy. He's always there to help users when they needed anything in Word document. And that is exactly what we plan on Jeff from Bread and Butter becoming. He'll be familiar, reliable, and always there when someone needs him.
Very recognizable, hopefully.
So to make Bread and Butter a reality, we are seeking $600,000 in investment with a 15% stake in our company and a 100% return on investment by year 4. So with Bread and Butter, why don't we all watch our dough rise and not our stress?
We are now open for any questions.
Thank you. We'll begin with Mr. Dalrymple.
Nice presentation. It kind of is a need. I do have a question though about Jeff is an AI. I'm still trying to get over that. He's back there somewhere. How are you going to handle if Jeff makes a mistake? Who's going to be liable for the mistake?
Jeff will never make a mistake. Jeff will obviously
He's told me
Jeff's
that
main
before.
purpose is to give you advice. He will never tell you exactly what to do, so that is not a way one can sue us because the advice doesn't land. As you might have seen in our demo, he gave Avery 3 options on what he could have done to buy the car with the high APR. So he will always give you options that are actually backed up by resources that help the user understand.
Thank you.
Good job on your presentation, team. Financial literacy is a space that's getting a lot of attention because it is a big need. And there are a lot of competing programs, applications that are out there, more so than what you highlighted. So the question I have is, did you, in looking at your rolling this out, did you give consideration to some strategic partnerships with other financial institutions, more traditional financial institutions, banks, credit unions, those type of things like that, as many of the financial literacy apps and budgeting software programs do?
Yes, so we had considered partnering with some sort of companies in the future of our company. We were specifically looking at partnering with schools specifically because we think financial literacy is a very important thing. And to be able to teach that young is an amazing thing because we don't want people losing money.
Okay. I have one follow-up question on a different subject. I know you talked about using Plaid for the identification purposes when you first do enrollment. However, what are some of your other security protocols or programs you have in place on the app that, because you're going to be housing a lot of sensitive client data?
Because our data is it's a top priority to us, we will be using Amazon Web Services as our cloud backup system. And if that has an outage, as Alex mentioned earlier, we will be using Google Cloud System.
This was more associated with a breach of somebody getting into and hacking into your system to get the financial data that's out there.
So we don't actually have any of their like banking information. We only have the numbers.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Thank you.
So great presentation, and I love the interaction and the questions to the audience. Great way to kind of keep us engaged. As you think about the competitive landscape and the proliferation of products out there in the market in this space, would really like to understand a little bit more how you're going to create that market penetration, attract customers for a product that is new to the market, especially with the financial information that you would be putting in this tool.
So to rephrase your question, you're basically asking how we're standing out?
How you're going to differentiate yourself
Yes.
and grow your market base.
So instead of focusing on we will offer credit scores and whatnot, but we will try and make it more accessible to teens, and we're focusing on younger education. We're not helping you manage your finances. We're helping you know how to manage your finances. So instead of just providing tracking, so this is where your money's going, like most other platforms do, we will say, hey, okay, this is where it's going, and that might not be the best way to spend it. Here's how you can fix that, and just giving a bunch of advice and information out to you. We focus not on finances. Well, we do, but we focus on being able to having you understand your finances.
All right, I'm going to ask a second question. One of the things that I would love to understand is in your market survey data, how you use that to inform your product design, and maybe a consideration as you think about engaging younger audiences in financial literacy is targeting your product at parents for giving allowances and the ability to earn things like that. So that could create some stickiness with your product.
To rephrase your question, you're asking that how are kids getting marketed?
Well, how did you use your survey data to inform your product design?
So you're asking how we're marketing it? Sorry.
Sort of. So you talked at the beginning about financial literacy and the surveys that you did. how did you use that data to design what your product would look like?
Oh, so since we recognize that teens are obviously they might not be the ones managing accounts, we did at one point mention in the business plan about parents setting up their accounts and having kind of restrictions and being able to stay informed on what their child's spending. And
to add on to that, we will be marketing to trade shows with fintech enthusiasts, and many of them would have children, we assume. So that will be our main marketing strategies to reach the higher parent audience.
I as well think your presentation was very nice, and I think your written business proposal was awesome. I really enjoyed that, and I appreciate the humor that you also integrated into your presentation. It's funny to me that we have a financial app, and when I look at your salaries, I think Jeff is going to explode of how much money you're making. So can you explain to me how you all decided on your very large salaries?
So our salaries are not just for us; they're also split between our employees, which is mentioned in the business plan, and under operations.
How many employees are you going to have the first year?
First year, we are going to have 5 employees.
Okay.
We will be 3 founders, and one of them will be the app developers and AI integrators, and the other one would be for customer service.
So I'm wondering, I wouldn't think they would make as much money as you would, right? The executive level? That's still pretty hefty for me to give you money to pay your salaries, right? You might want to look at it, that's all I'm saying.
we will look into it. Thank you.
Great job. At the beginning of your presentation, you mentioned 1 in 3 adults were financially literate. I am in the 1. Actually, I'm not in the 1 is what I meant to say. I'm in the 2. So my question is going to be around the technology. I think the rest of the team, you've got enough experts up here drilling you on the finances. I love an AI-centric product. This is great. It's the future. It's the present, too. But Jeff is only going to be as smart as the training data that you train him on. So I have 2 questions. One, can you go into a little bit more detail on the training sets that you're going to use? And 2, have you decided yet or done the research on the foundational model that you'll use to train? Like, are you going to use something off the shelf from OpenAI or Anthropic, or are you going to build your own?
So, the data sets we will be using to train our Jeff AI, we will have a lot of definitely verified sources. We were thinking UVA banks and Stanford banks, which are both trusted organizations. And for the AI itself,
our model will be from NMG Technologies, and their model is primarily dependent on OpenAI.
We have 1 minute and 5 seconds.
Okay, I'll be quick, and because they've addressed all the concerns I had. Great job. I mentor a lot of young people who are economically disadvantaged, and they're probably the ones who need financial literacy more so than many others. But do you have anything that you're doing from the standpoint of making a social contribution to those who cannot afford it? Because if a family has 3 kids, that's $21, and $21 can be a lot for one family, and they would need it probably the most.
Yes, we in the future will plan to have family subscriptions, so that way every family has to pay lower, and that will be our future development. But apart from that, we are also contributing to the social economy by donating 15% of our gross profit.
Thank you.
Thank you, bread and butter. Magna Loop will begin at 10:15. We'll begin in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. We are ready to begin. Mr. Callahan? I've lost our proctor. There he is. Please welcome Magna Loop. Magna Loop, as you know, you will have 15 minutes to present. I'll give you a 2-minute warning if you need it, 10 minutes for questions with a 1-minute warning. You may begin now.
Good morning, investors. We are Magna Loop, where we cut the hassle and keep the cord.
Introducing the team, I'm Ryan Stifler, the CFO.
I am Jocelyn Elliott, the CMO.
And I am Brittany Ray Mejia, the CEO and COO of Magna Loop.
Now, you might be wondering, what is Magna Loop? Magna Loop is an innovative extension cord that has built-in magnets to help it coil into a neat, tangle-free loop. It saves time, reduces wear and tear, and makes storage effortless. But before we start, I want to do a little challenge. Could I have any of the investors volunteer or anyone from the crowd? Okay. Thank you very much. If you could just stand right in the middle. We're going to give you 10 seconds to try and untangle that extension cord.
10 seconds?
Yes.
Yes.
Where do I start?
I'll give you a little, okay, ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Thank you so much. I think we just got a new customer. As you can see, tangled cords waste time and slow you down. So, we would like to show you the solution, Magna Loop. Ready, Brittany? Right. 1, 2, voila. And it coils with ease. And if you listen closely, you can hear the audible click of the magnets. That shows it's working.
MagnaLoop meets a clear market demand. People want safer, more efficient, and easier to use cords, yet existing products often fall short.
To better understand our potential customers, we conducted a survey across a variety of occupations and students.
We first asked, do you struggle when wrapping your extension cords? Most of the people reported yes. Then we asked, how many extension cords do you own? Most people reported owning 1 to 5 cords.
Finally, when asked, how much are you willing to pay? More than half indicated they would pay around $50 for a solution like MagnaLoop. These results validate our product concept. There's clear demand, willingness to pay, and frustration that MagnaLoop eliminates.
The extension cord market is large and growing, valued at well over $6 billion in 2024 and expected to exceed $10 billion by 2035. Growth is driven by increased device use, electricity demand, and convenience. Consumers want a safe, durable, and easy-to-use cord, yet 36% end up replacing their cord due to poor quality or damage. The demand for convenience and organization is clear.
Now is the perfect time for MagnaLoop to enter the market. Demand for easier and more convenient tools is rising, yet cords still tangle and waste time. MagnaLoop fills that gap with a simple, modern solution.
Our direct competitors include established brands such as Flexi, Veverd, and Speedtech. While these companies like strong customer trust, our magnetic design distinguishes us, and our utility patent protects this innovation.
Our indirect competitors include Velcro wraps, cord reels, twist ties, and winders. Retractable cords are the most effective alternative, but they're less portable, mechanically complex, and prone to wear over time.
The extension cord and cord management market is large and competitive. That is why MagnaLoop will start with a small but realistic market share focused on the US. In year 1, we expect to capture around 0.02 to 0.05% of the market, which is around 10,000 customers. We will be targeting early adopters and niche users.
As distribution expands and recognition grows, we expect to capture around 0.2 to 0.5% by year 5, setting a strong foundation for long-term growth. We will use practical and cost-effective promotion. For social media, we will post Facebook Reels and short videos 3 to 4 times per week. Then we will do YouTube and influencer tool reviews and micro-influencer partnerships. We will do trade shows and expos to live demonstrate MagnaLoop's magnetic design. We will then have packaging and mailers to do clear visuals and simple usage instructions.
MagnaLoop generates revenue through a combination of direct-to-customer and retail partnerships like Lowe's and Walmart. Selling online allows us to have full control over branding, pricing, and customer relationships, while platforms like Amazon offer rapid access to a larger established customer base.
As you can see on the board, our prices are designed to be affordable for customers while maintaining strong profit margins, as our cords are priced at $30, $50, and $85, while it only costs $16, $33, and $65 to produce.
MagnaLoop is manufactured by Cord King, a trusted producer known for high-quality extension cords. The process starts with a durable copper wiring, which is insulated and coated in a durable, weather-resistant rubber coating. We then have small but powerful N35 grade magnets.
These magnets allow the cord to coil naturally and stay in place.
As our product arrives at Amazon, they will handle our storage, fulfillment, and quick and efficient delivery to customers.
This production process allows us to be both innovative and built to last.
In year 1, MagnaLoop generates just under $500,000 of sales. But after covering startup costs and other expenses, we end up losing just around $1,000. By year 2, we turn profitable, bringing in just over $90,000. And by year 3, that jumps to over $800,000. And we continue our profitability, and by year 5, we jump up to over $1.5 million.
Magnoloop's budget is based around one clear priority: scaling quickly while still maintaining efficient and profitable.
That is why a large portion of our funding goes directly towards manufacturing and initial inventory.
Next is marketing and customer acquisition. Magnoloop is easy to understand once people see it, but awareness drives sales. These funds will go into targeted campaigns and product demonstrations to help generate fast traction.
Another portion of our funding goes directly towards product testing and refinement, ensuring quality from day one. This brings in strong customer reviews and trust.
Finally, we allocate funds for operations and working capitals to keep our business growing smoothly as we grow.
Every dollar is intentional. It's all designed to turn early investment into fast, scalable growth.
Magnoloop's goal isn't to change the world. It's to solve the everyday problem of tangled extension cords. To do this, we are seeking $500,000 for an exchange of a 45% equity stake.
With your support, we can bring Magnoloop to market and make it a household name.
We're not just selling cords. We're selling time, efficiency, and a better way to work.
Thank you, investors. Magnoloop is now open to any questions.
Mr. Richards.
Thank you. Congratulations on a great presentation. My first question is, what are you going to do with the one that you just threw out there at the end of the presentation? I'd love to take it home. But secondly, and seriously, I look at the competition, and there's one that already has the no tangle feature, which is one of the main things. To me, there are low barriers to entry to this because basically you have something that's a commonplace item, extension cord, and it's the magnets that give the benefit. So to me, it seems like it would be easy for someone to enter the market, particularly one that already has the no tangle feature. How are you going to protect your market share that you plan on developing if there are seemingly low barriers to entry to manufacture something like that?
I'm sorry, could you rephrase that? I'm so sorry.
It's easy for someone else to come in to replicate that and manufacture the same thing.
Okay.
It's easy to do that, particularly if there's already a competitor that has the no tangle feature. To me, all they need to do is find an easy way to wrap it up, and then they'll have the same product.
Well, we have our utility patent to protect us and to keep other companies from taking over our innovation.
Thank you.
Great job, and excellent demonstration earlier from the participant from the audience. Yeah, right, that's right. I love this idea, particularly because I have a lot of extension cords, and it's always annoying trying to wrap them up. But I wonder about the staying power of the demand for this in the market. I think about things like you want to make fast and easy coffee, you buy a Keurig. You need food storage, you buy Tupperware. Those are things that problems that families deal with every single day, multiple times a day. Do you think that people wrap up cords enough to drive a 30% increase in spending, like, $30 instead of $20 for an extension cord? I just don't know. And did you think through that? Did you do any research on that?
We did. So we found some research that a lot of people actually use extension cords, like, very commonly. Like, I have plenty of family members that work in, that do lawn work, and so I talked to him, and he was like, "This is a great idea." So he kind of proved my point. I was like, okay, perfect.
I appreciate how professional you all look. It's very nice to see your professional attire, and your presentation was awesome. I like that you're covering for each other. One of the things that I didn't hear about, and I could have missed it, but I want to do this, is the warranty information, your return policy, and for packaging of the product. I appreciate the fact that you all created a package for it, but I'm not sure that the pricing, and it shows that your pricing is, for packaging, is $3,000, I think, for the first year. And I did a quick research, and to get a box at about $1.25, it would be about $12,500 a year just in packaging. So you might want to revisit that, but I'd love to hear about the warranty and the return policy.
Well, for the return policy, Amazon, since they're our fulfillment center, they will be the ones in charge of that return. They have a 30-day return trial. But if anything else, we have our customer service always available, so they can always call and get in touch with us.
Thank you.
So she took my question, but she gets brownie points. But in all seriousness, my husband has a ton of these, and I'm like, I could probably use that at my house. But my question is maybe a little bit different in terms of just like penetration in the market with the advent of a lot of these chargeable devices, especially based on your target audience that you're looking at. You mentioned people that do like yard work, tree work, and things like that. They're moving away from extension cords. So talk to us a little bit about, how you would look at generating your market share and retaining it with some of these new technologies that are coming out.
Wait, can you rephrase the end of that question for me?
How do you keep your product relevant in a market where more and more things are moving to battery operated and less cords?
We will, it'll stay relevant because there are certain companies that are moving to battery, but a lot of companies and homeowners aren't moving to batteries. They're staying with electric or extension cords to maintain the, yeah, pretty much.
To add on to that, many of the classrooms that you see at Eastern View, we actually have a note from Dr. Bopp in our business plan saying that he would totally buy for the school our product. So it's like it's a rule that they have to have a certain amount of things in their classroom, and they have to have, a certain amount of extension cords, a certain amount of outlets. So we can trust that we have schools, we have plenty of other things. Plus, older generations, they, I'm sorry.
Like my husband, he has lots of cords at home.
They tend to try to stick with what they know. So,
Fair point. Fair point. Well done. Well done.
Thank you.
Exactly. Again, good job and on your presentation, and again, love the professional look. I'll echo what some others have said. Again, Norm, I would have just thrown it in the trash in 10 seconds and bought a new one in that same time frame. I could have probably done it faster. A lot of the questions I had were already asked, so I'm gonna come back with a little bit a different question, and that's really around the economics of it. There's a price point differential in your product. So during an economic downturn or when prices rise, a lot of consumers will look at ways to cut costs. How are you thinking about how can you justify or validate your higher price in a down economic environment where people may be cutting back?
Okay. Well, our magnetic design provides, it prevents a lot of the fraying that happens when this happens. Because you're pulling on it, you're tugging on it, it frays, it breaks, and our magnetic design helps with that. which costs less buying one of ours than buying a lot of those. And it's just a lot more cheaper to buy this in the long run than that.
All right, thank you.
You depend on certain people to get you the magnets, king cord to get you the cords. Did you look at a supply chain disruption or how you'd handle that?
Well, we recognize that we have rare earth metal magnets, but we don't have to get it from China. We actually researched, and they have them in Australia, and they also have them here in the US, so we don't have to worry about anything.
1 minute.
Okay. What about king cord if king cord goes away? Your cord supplier.
Cord King?
If the cord supplier goes away, goes out of business, or do you have a backup for that?
Thank you for bringing that to our attention. We do not, so we will get back to you on that.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Magna Loop. Tara turn will begin at 10:50. 30 seconds. Just kidding, I'm missing a judge. Please welcome Tara Turn.
How are you? Thank you.
Good morning. Hi. Nice to see you.
Good morning. Good.
Thank you. Hey, good morning. Hi. Hello.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. Good morning.
As you know, you will have 15 minutes to present. I'll give you a 10-minute warning if needed, 10 minutes for questions with a 1 minute warning. And you may begin now.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here with us today. We're so excited to be here. We are Tara Turn. We first like to start off by introducing ourselves. Hi, I'm Carla Torres, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer and the Chief Marketing Officer.
Hello, I'm Jackson Carroll, the Chief Financial Officer.
Hello, my name is Sterling Derby, the Chief Operations Officer here at Tara Turn.
It is no shocker that food is being wasted every single day. We see it all around us, our schools, your working areas, restaurants, you name it. It's a problem we're facing every single day, yet we continue to ignore it. When developing our idea, I thought about my household. You see, my mom doesn't believe in wasting food. We serve ourselves what we're gonna eat, and any produce that isn't gonna be eaten gets fed to the chickens instead of it being thrown away. On the other side, my teammates started realizing how our school was handling food waste, as well as their jobs. With the more research we made, we found out that farmers are experiencing rising fertilizer costs, making it more expensive for them to grow their crops. The waste of important resources, like water and energy, that were used to produce the food, but also how harmful food waste in landfills can truly be to our environment.
Every morning, hundreds of apples like the one in my hand are thrown away by Culpeper County Public School staff. Combine this with the waste from our lunch, and we have a real problem.
Valuable resources are being wasted rather than reused. Instead of throwing away that same food can be turned into something useful, helping lower costs, but at the same time supporting all agricultural operations as well as the environment. That's why we created Tara Turn, a sustainable service that collects food waste from businesses and turns it into nutrient-rich liquid fertilizer, our product, by using the bokashi fermentation method and nutrient extraction. Tara Turn will reduce food waste in landfills while providing any agricultural operation with the eco-friendly, low-cost liquid fertilizer.
We are asking for $400,000 in exchange for 15% equity in our company. Your investment will be used for marketing Tara Turn towards agricultural operations of all sizes, as well as for purchasing production equipment. We will have a full return on investment by year 3, and by year 5, expect returns upwards of $500,000.
Operations at Tara Turn begin with local food waste being transferred onto our conveyor belt system and being depacked by 2 of our employees. Afterwards, it is transferred into our airtight tank, which starts the 1.5-week-long fermentation process with the addition of bokashi bran, a mix of yeast and bacteria that breaks down organic material with little to no odor. Afterwards, it is transferred to our commercial juicer, which creates our 2 products, our liquid fertilizer concentrate and our solid byproduct that will be sold as a fertilizer after our 5-year plan. Service at Terraturn begins with collecting food waste from our local grocery stores, schools, and restaurants. To ensure customer satisfaction and product quality, we will be picking up every 2 weeks free of charge. Unless a vendor wants an earlier pickup schedule or earlier pickup time, we will be charging them a $10 fee. On the other side of our business, we will be servicing to our local agricultural operations by letting them choose from our 3 package options. This video shows our conveyor belt system that the food waste will be unloaded onto. This next one shows a quick example of the bokashi method fermentation.
We have 3 packages: Terra Essential, Terra Growth, and Terra Yield. These packages range from $20 a gallon to $50 a gallon, ensuring any agricultural operation, whether you're a 7,000-acre farm or a backyard garden, can have an eco-friendly premium product for an affordable price. Our first package, Terra Essential, allows farmers to come to our facility and fill up their IBC totes with our fertilizer. Our second package, Terra Growth, allows agricultural operations to bypass a third-party shipper and have Terraturn hook up directly to their irrigation system and/or applicator system. And lastly, our third package, Terra Yield, is an all-inclusive package for any agricultural operation that wants Terraturn to deliver, dilute, and apply to their crops.
We understand that we have competition in our market, but don't be alarmed. Our product stands out by being both eco-friendly and low cost compared to our major competitors. It is designed for a general usage, which is a great fit for large agricultural operations as well as for smaller uses like your own backyard. Our product is a liquid form, so it's a great fit for application and distribution. What sets us apart are 3 main things: the affordability, the business model, and the outreach we can achieve with any agricultural operation. At Terraturn, we will be using a mix of direct and digital marketing to build awareness, but to also build strong connections. Through our social media, we will educate the public about food waste while showcasing how our facility turns it one into the other, like what we're doing right now. We will also be attending agricultural trade shows in Virginia, allowing us to introduce our business, but also allowing us to build strong connections face-to-face with potential clients. It is important for us to build strong connections. So we will directly be reaching out to farmers, plant nurseries, and any agricultural operations to tell them who we are, what we do, and how our product can benefit them. At the same time, we will also be reaching out to local businesses to tell them about our food waste service.
Throughout the 5-year phase, we have been extremely conservative with the market we expect to capture. In year 1, we aim to capture less than 0.5% of our total market, totaling around $440,000 in sales. And by year 5, we aim to capture less than 2% of our total market, equaling around $11 million in sales. We expect these large amounts of growth due to the economic, political, and environmental state of the world. Throughout the startup phase, we had a chance to sit down with some of Virginia's largest farmers, including Eldon Farms and Mystic Hill Farms. These operations told us they were in a desperate need of a fertilizer that is simpler, more affordable, and easier to apply. Terraturn will be that product. In year 1, we are negative, as any real business would be. But from years 2 and on, you can expect average profit margins of around 25% and average returns on your investment annually of around 75%.
At Terraturn, we don't only impact the environment, we impact the economy. Farmers spend a bulk of their budget each year on fertilizer that can make or break their profit and loss sheets. Since our materials are mostly free, we could charge farmers less, which allows them to charge retailers and consumers less overall. This chart shows the relationship between the cost of fertilizer and the produce you buy every day. As well, our fertilizer being made from unused food, allows for a cleaner and healthier product with little to no chemicals for you, your crop, and your soil.
From years 6 to 10, we plan on growing by 10% annually, totaling around $18 million in sales by year 10. We plan on achieving these projections by having our products, both liquid and solid, in retail stores like Walmart, Home Depot, Lowe's, and our local co-ops. We plan on entering these retail stores by competing in competitions similar to the one we are at right now. Economists expect closed-loop agricultural practices and regenerative practices to dominate our market in the upcoming years. TerraTurn will be at the forefront of this movement. In addition, by year 10, we aim to have the majority market share, making TerraTurn a household name.
Waste is everywhere, so is opportunity. Our company turns one into the other. For the future, let's grow together. Join TerraTurn. Again, thank you for being here with us today. We are now open for any questions.
In your plan that you gave us, you talked a little bit about safety. Can you get into a little details of how you'd handled getting your product approved by the Virginia Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services, and how you would develop your safety sheets that would go with that?
Yes, sir. So we have a formula. We know that every time you create a new fertilizer, you have to have a formula. Our formula is 3-2-1. It's our chemical composition. And also in terms of safety, we have a sheet for the user that says testing a patch of your crops before applying it to the whole of your land.
How do you go about getting the chemical analysis and those types of things done for your product?
Yeah, so throughout the startup phase, we've worked closely with chemists downtown, as well as doing market research.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Great job on your presentation, and I really like your idea, looking at ways to turn food waste into fertilizer is something that people have been looking at for a while, and I'm probably going to ask you an unfair question, but it's a question I'll pose is, part of this is you're going to have waste generators generating waste at a high level. However, fertilizing is seasonal at the farm basis. So in your plan, it didn't really talk a little bit how you would be able to scale up to be able to store mass amounts, because I think your collection cycles of 2 weeks is probably too long, especially at high volume waste generators. So how would you try to manage that volume of waste coming in versus the seasonality of the utilization of your fertilizer?
Yes, sir. So we have a land outside where we put our solid byproduct to lay out and turn into a fertilizer. And the additional food waste coming in, we do have what we call our master tank for our liquid fertilizer that will hold excess and all the liquid fertilizer that will go into containers and be brought to farmers.
Okay. And just a follow-up, can you store your finished product outside, or does it need to be indoor storage?
It can be in or out. It really doesn't affect anything on the product side.
Okay. Good job in that answer.
Well, good morning. I love the concept, especially with the stress on local farmers and the ability to kind of create a value proposition for them. So thank you for that. My question is really around the logistics part of your business, in this sense of how will you scale your operation, because it is very resource intensive in terms of manpower, fuel, transportation, all of that. So I'd love to hear a little bit more about how you arrived at your original recommendation, and then how you intend to scale that in years 3 through 5 and beyond.
Yes, ma'am. So as our company grows, our employees will scale, as well as our transportation. So in year one, we have 6 employees, that includes ourselves. And then from years 3 to 5, we grow as we're having different warehouses in different parts of Virginia. I believe by year 5, we're actually at 17 employees.
And then how will you determine what markets you go into in terms of scale?
I believe our market is the same throughout the 5 years. We are targeting around 39,000 farmers in Virginia. As many as we can get, we'd love to acquire them.
And to add on to that, we whenever we do our process, we do have a biosolid, so we will be selling that after year 5 in retail stores and competing in competitions like these.
I think a great presentation. I think your business plan really looked good too, visually. I wanted to ask a little bit more about how you actually get your product into Home Depot, into Lowe's. Is there any expense to that, or what is the process? And also, what is the time frame of getting it in there? In addition to that, I also wanted to mention when you walked in and you didn't have on suits, I was like, matching outfits, but jeans. And then I saw what team it was and how appropriate your attire is for the business that you are pitching.
Thank you. That's a great question. We aren't going into retail after year 5, which I just mentioned. The bio product is what we will be selling. But for our liquid fertilizer, we are reaching out to farmers, plant nurseries, greenhouse, and any other agricultural operations. That's something that makes us apart from the other companies out there. So for us, we understand that farmers aren't too into technology. So we will be calling them directly through the phone and telling them about our product and how it could benefit them.
I love your logo, first of all. Great job, great presentation. My question is also on the logistics side of the house and infrastructure. And so I had some questions around, have you done calculations on how many trucks you're going to need and things like that? Sounds like even at your highest projections, you wouldn't have enough maybe drivers, but I'm going to leave that. I'm going to go with this question. I worry a little bit that you might not have solved the contamination problem with the waste you're collecting. If you think about a restaurant, all the waste goes into one bin, including all the plastics and other things that are going to need to be separated out so they don't contaminate your fermentation process. Where does that infrastructure come from? The restaurants aren't going to separate the food. How do you do it? And walk us through that.
That's a great question. In our bin, we will only be asking our vendors to put in produce like fruits and vegetables. And even if something gets dumped into there, whenever it arrives to our facility, we do have 2 employees packaging everything and making sure it's only produce going into our liquid fertilizer.
In addition to what Carlos said, all the waste in this bin is unused, uneaten food. It's either right past its expiration date or it's a not very good looking apple that people will not eat.
I see. Okay, I understand then. Thank you.
I think you guys did a great job, and certainly something that will be valuable to communities and to the environment, so I commend you on that. But as an investor, I'm concerned about Dr. Earth, who has 3 of the 5 competitive advantages that you have, and one that I can't judge because it says that you're the only one that's low cost, but I don't know the difference between your cost and the next potential product for me to invest in Dr. Earth. How much difference is that, and what determines that yours is low cost as opposed to the other one?
Yes, sir, that's an amazing question. So we got to sit down with Eldon Farms, which they're using our competitor's fertilizer. They are spending around $125 an acre. When what they would be spending with us is around $100 an acre. So they would be saving around 20% overall.
Great, thank you.
We have 1 minute and 33 seconds.
No, I'm not doing it.
Okay, I have a question. One of the things in your plan suggested that for a cost of $20, you could come for an additional pickup. I think the likelihood is that they'll throw it in the trash. They're not going to pay for you to come. So, would love to kind of hear how you will incentivize them for additional pickups or ensure you have enough product.
That's a great question. Thank you so much. We will be picking up $10. Additionally, we will be we will be charging them $10 if they wish to have their pickup earlier. Originally, but our service is free. Originally, we were going to charge $10, but here in America, people aren't used to composting. People aren't used to recycling. We kind of want to make it into a habit for our vendors to do so because it is affecting our environment and we live it every single day. That's why, again, we need your investment because if you guys don't invest, then what does the future hold for us and for the next generations and, of course, for our environment?
Thank you, Tara Turn. Status wrap will begin at 11:25. 1 minute. We'll begin in 1 minute. Stand by. Stand by. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Status Wrap.
How are you? How are you doing?
Hello, good to see you.
How are you?
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you.
You will have 15 minutes to present. I'll give you a 2-minute warning if needed, 10 minutes for questions with a 1-minute warning, and you may begin now.
Imagine getting a small cut or wound and having no idea if it's getting infected. That thought plagues millions of people every year. And we're here to change that. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Introducing Status Wrap. My name is Luke Jury, and I'm the CEO and COO of Status Wrap. I oversee the vision, direction, and day-to-day operations of our company.
And I'm Lauren Butterfield, the CMO of Status Wrap. In this role, I introduce our product to our target customers while creating and executing different marketing strategies to promote Status Wrap as the next leader in wound care.
I'm Christian Bryce, the CFO of Status Wrap. I manage our finances to ensure our company is sustainable and scalable in the long run.
Together, our team has built a product that ensures your wounds are not only cared for, but trustable. Lauren is currently passing out a handout that shows the color scale Status Wrap uses. Meet Status Wrap, the world's first pH-sensitive bandage and gauze pad. Today, people rely on pain, redness, and swelling to know whether their wound's infected, but it doesn't need to be that way.
Status Wrap uses this pH scale and turns it into a simple color system you can easily understand. Red or purple, time to take action. Yellowish green, you're healing normally. No apps, no confusion, just instant, potentially life-saving feedback.
All the people on the screen behind me passed away due to a small infection caused by a small wound. Over 150,000 people pass away around the world yearly due to infected wounds, and over 10 million people get infected wounds. I mean, that's a huge number. Would anyone in the audience like to raise your hand if you personally or anyone you know has had an infected wound? That's a lot of hands. It can happen to anyone, even like a former Eastern View High School student named Justin Fleming. He developed a mild blister on one of his toes and didn't think of anything of it. Within a few days, that staph infection ended up with his toe being amputated, and his life was changed forever. Sometimes when people get wounds, the biggest problem isn't just the infection. It's the stress, the anxiety, that constant thought in the back of your head of, is it getting worse? Status Wrap changes that. With real-time feedback, Status Wrap tells you if your wound's healing or still infected. We will now show you a video showing how Status Wrap's trusted by real medical professionals.
Hi, I'm Dr. Butterfield. As an emergency medicine physician, I deal with wounds on a regular basis. Having a pH monitoring bandage would be a game changer for my patients, and it is definitely something that I would recommend to both friends and family as well.
Hi, I am Caitlin Gurton. I am the nurse supervisor for Culpeper County Public Schools. I am nationally certified in school nursing, and I feel that using status wrap at our schools would be a huge asset. It would help us prevent infections, as well as notifying parents as to if further care would be needed.
To make sure status wrap isn't just a good idea, but a needed one, we conducted our own primary research, and what we found was clear. First, 90% of people said that they use bandages regularly. That means we're not creating a new habit, we're improving on something people already rely on. 80% of people said that they worry about infection during the healing process. That's a huge emotional gap in the market. 98% of people said that they think a pH monitoring bandage would be useful. That's nearly everyone. On top of that, when we asked what customers actually want, 3 things stood out: accuracy, comfort, and ease of use. And Status Wrap delivers on all 3.
This shows you how status wrap works in real time.
Luke received a small wound on his hand while working outside. After properly cleaning and caring for the wound, he applied a status wrap bandage. The bandage changed color to red to indicate to Luke that his wound was highly acidic and infected. After 2 days of continuous wear, Luke noticed the color of his bandage began to shift from red to orange, indicating that his wound was healing and returning to a normal pH. On the 5th day of continuous wear, Luke's bandage had turned to a green color, indicating that his wound had both returned to a normal and safe pH and properly healed. The wound healing process was made simple and understandable, thanks to Status Wrap.
Thanks to status wrap, I was alerted that my wound was infected, and I was able to go to a doctor who was able to provide me an antibiotic. This let my wound heal, and within a few days, it was back to a normal pH.
Our marketing strategy builds trust step by step. First, we target healthcare. This includes nursing homes, hospitals, and home healthcare, where patients are most at risk. Then, we prove and promote with clinical data, trials, and demos. Then, we use Amazon as one of our ways to promote to our general consumers. Short, engaging videos and keywords. Now let's look at competition. Brands like Medline, Band-Aid, and Welly currently dominate the market, but they all lack one major thing. They only cover the wound. Yes, our price is higher, but we help you understand what's happening underneath your bandage. We're currently under 1% of the market share, but that's the opportunity. With our marketing strategy, we can make that number rise exponentially.
As you can see on the packages that Lauren is passing out, we'll be selling status wrap in boxes of 20 for $25, boxes of 50 for $55, and status wrap gauze pads in boxes of 15 for $18. We chose these prices to ensure our customers don't feel like they're wasting their money while still allowing us to make a profit. You can refer to the back of the box.
To create, operate, and manage status wrap, we will lease a small office space in Culpeper, Virginia for just $1,100 a month. This will provide adequate room for us, the 3 founders, to create and operate our company, while even providing room for an additional employee in later years. To store, produce, and distribute our product, we chose Johnson & Johnson and Amazon. We chose Johnson & Johnson because they are one of the most trusted medical manufacturers with some of their popular brands such as Band-Aid. We then chose Amazon to store and distribute our product, so when customers place an order, it can easily be distributed to them whenever they place an order. We'll now show how we talk to people at Johnson & Johnson about our product.
Hello, Sarita T. Finney here, former global head of Johnson & Johnson Consumer Wound Care. My team was responsible for strategic planning, innovation pipeline, and overall brand equity for all of our wound care brands, including Band-Aid brand. I'd like to congratulate the team on Status Wrap. The biggest worldwide deep-seated myth on wound healing is that an uncovered wound heals faster and better. It's just not true. Further, we all, as consumers and patients, we have naturally curious behaviors to pick at scabs and to peek under the bandage to see the progress of the wound and how it's healing. But both of these phenomena prevent wounds from healing as quickly and completely without scars as they could if we only covered wounds and left them alone. The status wrap innovation satisfies a patient's curiosity to be updated along the way without disturbing the wound. If I were still in role, I would be very interested in this technology, potentially interested in partnering with this team. I'd want to explore the technology with my R&D team, my medical team, to see what kind of clinical claims we could make, hopefully to launch a premium price product that ultimately delivers better skin care.
Legal and FDA regulation. We begin in our opening 6 months by filing for a provisional patent. Then, in our first year, we will file for a real patent. This will make sure we're protected while also from other people taking our ideas. Then we'll file for FDA approval. Because we are a Class 2 medical company, we will file for a 510K. This will mean we're safe, legal, and reliable.
Our financial plan shows that Status Wrap isn't just innovative, it's scalable and profitable. We start with low-focused startup costs, then launch to Amazon to maximize reach while keeping overhead low. And because our product is simple to produce but high in value, we maintain strong profit margins. On the left here, you can see our 5-year profit and loss. In year 1, we start with a small loss, but by year 2, we turn a profit. And from then on, our profit grows exponentially over $500,000 by year 5. On the right here is our projected sales. As you can see, our bandages are leading with our gauze pads close behind, all making a strong profit. Now here's our real strength, the return on investment. We start by investing in growth, building the product, entering the market, and creating awareness. But what sets Status Wrap apart is how quickly that turns into momentum. Why? Because we're not changing behavior. People already buy bandages. We're simply offering a smarter option. So this isn't just a great idea. It's something people will keep needing, buying, and trusting. We're seeking a 30% of $500,000 investment for a 30% equity stake in our company.
You might have noticed the color bar on the left side of the screen throughout the presentation quietly shifting from red to green. This represents Status Wrap's mission, turning uncertainty into clarity and turning the healing process into something you can truly trust. We know you've seen a lot of great products and presentations today, but we truly believe Status Wrap's the one that's going to change the world and help you save lives. Now we have one more question for you. Why keep guessing about your health when you can know? Thank you, and we will now take any questions.
Thank you. Very well done and something very practical, and I'm sure there will be a market for it. I noticed that, many of the things that I buy, I leave in the medicine cabinet, and I'm always wondering if they're still effective, and I look for the date. Is there anything in this product that would make it have a shorter shelf life, or are there quality concerns that it could give the wrong reading? How do you account for ensuring that it first does what it's supposed to do, and 2, if it has a shelf life of a certain period of time?
Yeah, so we found that the dyes we're using are good for about 3 years after the date of purchase, and that will be printed on all boxes. And then in terms of, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Great job, team. I think this was incredibly thorough and complete, the business plan. I had so many questions after looking at it. You've already worked through FDA approval and all that kind of stuff. So the only sort of comment that I'll make, this is a great array of colors indicating the status of the wound. 8% of men are colorblind, and a small number of women are colorblind. It's okay. I've got a solution. Have you thought about, in your product, making the bandage itself the same color as the neutral pH, so that a colorblind person may not be able to read the full spectrum, but they would at least know if the wound was, not normal, one end or another? Have you thought about anything like that?
That's a great suggestion, and something that if you were to invest, that's something that we could definitely look into.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh, it's my turn. Okay, I'm going to go in a little different direction here. I appreciate your all's very professional attire. Looks beautiful. Your business plan, as Norm had mentioned, I thought was amazing. I love your graphics and the packaging that you showed us and stuff. I appreciate the fact that you're going to put an expire date on the package because there is a lot of verbiage on the packages. But I noticed that you all are only doing a 1% charitable contribution. And when you're in the medical field, I just feel like maybe you could give a little more back to communities or some, adopt a health vision for a little more charity give.
Right, yeah, and that's a great suggestion. We chose to keep that number low in our startup years just so we can really grow our revenue and get us out there as a leader in wound care, and then once we're out there, start giving bigger donations to keep our company growing and scaling.
So great presentation and definitely in my wheelhouse in the medical field. So a couple of observations in your business plan, and your business plan was really well done. When you think about marketing or selling to hospital environments, one of the things that I think you really need to understand is that you often are constrained by group purchasing organizations. So how would you go about getting on, like Medline is, very well established in the supply chain space. How would you go about establishing those connections, those relationships, so that you can begin to provide your product at a much larger scale outside of Amazon?
So I think that we would use medical conferences to grow our product through those and really build trust with the medical professionals and medical board members.
Great job on your presentation. I echo with my fellow judges. Your business plan was very thorough, and a lot of the questions that I had coming in were sort of answered in your presentation. I'm going to focus a little bit on the financial side. Your margins that you project really depend a lot on your cost of manufacturing, packaging, shipping, and the efficiencies in those areas. As we've seen over the last couple of months with things going on globally, you can quickly see how fast some of those costs could change, especially around fuel that impacts all of those areas. How nimble can you be within your pricing structure to be able to adjust for those fluctuations in your cost to protect your margins?
We chose our costs to account for how much it costs to make our boxes and everything. So for a box of 20, it takes $11 to make just a box of 20, and for a box of 50, it takes $27. And then for the gauze pads, for a box of 15, it takes $9. We chose our prices to ensure that we have room to account for if prices change or anything like that. So we'll still make money and we'll still have a profitable business.
Okay, thank you.
How do you think you're going to be able to do with other competition? Will they allow you into the area?
Well, we're different from any other product. We're the only one with the pH monitoring. They just cover your wound. We help you understand what's happening with it.
And by partnering with one of our biggest competitors at Johnson & Johnson using white label production, we hope that that's enough, and our patent is enough to help us stand out and make our product our own.
How were you able to develop that relationship with Johnson & Johnson?
We spoke and had a video conference with them, and they said that that would be definitely something they'd be interested in working on, as white label producing a product such as ours.
Very good.
Can I, just because we have a little bit more time, the way your business structure, I'm just not familiar with that. Can you explain a little bit to me about your legal structure, how that's working? You have a board of directors, and can you explain that?
Yeah, so we spoke to our legal team on this, and this is what they advise us to do for a lot of similar medical companies to us. This is kind of around what they do. But the reason we chose it is so the investor feels like they have control over the business while only at that 30% stake. And they can advise people who can work alongside us on the board with that board of 7.
Thank you so much.
Follow-up question with you. You talked a little bit about the white labeling program with J&J. with them, did you talk about what product they would be using on that? Would they be using their Band-Aid brand? Would they be using on one of their off brands just so they're not in direct competition? How does that impact you?
Yeah, so we did talk about them. So most of the Band-Aids you'd buy at a store are a Johnson & Johnson Tier 1 bandage. I guess what you could consider it would be an off-brand, but it's a Tier 3 Johnson & Johnson highly adhesive, watertight seal 5-day bandage, which is going to make sure it's going to stay on there for 5 days, which is our recommended use time, and keep water out. So yes, it would be an off-brand, and it wouldn't be a specific Band-Aid, but it would be very similar.
Thank you.
We still have 2 minutes.
I have a question. Would love to understand a little bit more your sales projections, because based on the price point and based on market penetration, it felt very conservative. So would just like to understand kind of how you arrived at that, and then, you know, opportunity to scale in a larger capacity.
Could you read word your question real quick for me, please?
Your growth was very low in terms of, you know, year 1 through 5 years. So how would you grow more quickly based on demand in the market?
We would put more money into marketing to ensure more people see our product. So right now we're mainly doing social media and Amazon sponsor like ads. And so we would just put more money into maybe like a billboard or other like an ad on like YouTube or something like that.
And that's another reason why we chose to use Johnson & Johnson to white label, is because they already have the scale and they've been doing this, so they can produce it at the rate that we need them to produce it for. And then that just works with Amazon perfectly, because Amazon's already there. They can get it to as many people as we need to get it to. So they can scale with us. That's why we chose to be conservative.
Judges, do you have any more questions? All right. Status rep, thank you.
Thank you.
Audience members, we will have intermission now while we tabulate the scores. I can't say that we'll be back at a certain time. We'll just tabulate the scores and be back with you as soon as we can. Hello, everyone. We will be getting started again momentarily. If everyone can please take their seats. Thank you so much.
And now I have to turn on the mic, but you could hear me, right? I'm loud. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the special portion of our program as we celebrate 25 years of Career Partners, the power of partnership uniting business and education. I am incredibly honored to serve as your current president. I am Jeff Say. I am the program manager of community engagement for UVA Health Culper Medical Center and president of Career Partners. While today is about where we are, it's also important to reflect on where we began. In 1997, a community-wide educational summit sparked a vision, one that led to a benchmarking trip to Luxembourg and Germany, where leaders saw firsthand the impact of strong business education partnerships. That vision took root here, and in 2000, Career Partners was officially founded as a nonprofit. From those early conversations came bold ideas like the Career Academy, where students engaged in real-world, hands-on learning. One of those experiences, a 2-week project called The Apprentice, proved so powerful that 3 visionary leaders, Chuck, Mike, and Randy, the original 3-legged stool, built on it to create what we know as E Squared. With its trademark tagline, "It drives America," E Squared has grown and evolved over the past 18 years into the dynamic, student-driven experience you see before you today, and remains our signature program. Today, we celebrate not just a milestone, but the people who made it possible. At this time, we would like to recognize several groups whose dedication and leadership have shaped career partners over the past 25 years. First, we honor all CPI presidents with us today, whose guidance and commitment help build and sustain this organization. We ask you each to come forward for group applause and an appreciation gift. Marty Bywaters Baldwin. Roki Castro. Ashley Carter. Our President-elect, Ed Dalrymple. So when I asked Ed to be the President-elect, I told him, essentially, Patty and Randy run the show, and we don't have to do much, but I didn't realize it was in the job description until yesterday that included vacuuming the floor before E squared. So, Ed, just as a heads up, I turned the vacuum over to you in August. Thank you. George Dasher. Chuck Jory. I'm going to ask Karen Carroll to please come up and to accept on behalf of Bob Jebson. This is not the only time you'll hear Bob Jebson's name, as we have the scholarships named after Bob. And last, but certainly least,
Jeff Say.
Thank you all. Can we get another round of applause for these wonderful leaders? Next, we recognize every individual who has served on the E Squared management team over the past 18 years. Your time, energy, and belief in students have made a lasting impact. Please come forward as I call your name. Traveling today, unable to attend, but she sends her regards, is Sandy Boone. We'll make sure we get her a lovely blanket. Karen Carroll. Ashley Carter. Roki Castro. Mike Dale. And synonymous with Mike Dale is Chuck Jory. I'll let them come together. Bryce Hardy. Gary Lee. We'll make sure we get Gary his blanket. And Randy Richards Lutz. pose for a photo really quick? And another round of applause. At this time, we would also like to recognize a special group whose impact helped lay the foundation for so much of what we celebrate today. Our Career Academy teachers were dedicated to innovative, real-world learning experience for students and helped shape programs and opportunities that continue to thrive through Career Partners. We are truly grateful for the role you've played in this journey. If you are a former Career Academy teacher, would you please stand so we may recognize and thank you? I believe in the back we have, right there, we have Michelle Metzger. Thank you, Michelle. At this time, we would like to offer special recognition to the Bob Jepson family. Bob Jepson's legacy is deeply woven into the fabric of Career Partners. His commitment to education, workforce development, and the belief in strong partnerships between business and schools helped shape the vision we continue to carry forward today. That legacy lives on through his family, who have continued to support and champion this important work, ensuring that his impact is still felt by students in our community. I believe we have several generations of the Jepson family here today, and we would like to invite the entire Jepson family to please come forward as a group so we can honor you with applause. Karen, Roki, Beth, and you'll also get a blanket. Thank you all once again. Another round of applause. There is only one person who has been intricately involved with Career Partners for the entire 25 years, and I have the distinct honor of introducing her. From the very start, she had her hand in everything, and she still does. You will shortly see that reflected in our anniversary video. She left the classroom to help build something that didn't yet exist, stepping into the role of Career Academy Administrator and spending a full year working alongside teachers to design what this could and should become. She traveled to Germany, brought back ideas and vision, and committed herself to implementing what was learned. When we asked those who know her best to describe her, a few themes came up again and again. Extremely passionate, creative, driven. And someone said she is going to tell you exactly like it is. She is also someone many of us find it nearly impossible to say no to. Hi. Case in point, because when she says, "Trust me," we do. Her son said, "Can you imagine Randy Richards Lutz being your mom? It's everything you think it is, and more." And Mike Dale tells a story from the early days of E Squared. After she put her kids to bed, if he forgot to turn off his iPad, he would awake with a steady stream of late-night email dings. Truthfully, many of us in this room know that not much has changed, especially this time of year, as she's been blowing up my phone. But behind the energy, the drive, and yes, the emails, is a relentless commitment to students, to innovation, and to the Culpeper community. Career Partners is what it is today because of her persistence and her belief in what's possible. I warned her I was going to go off script. So I've read from the script. I believe everything that was written there. However, I just want to say that I believe an organization is like a family. And if Career Partners is a family, we have our matriarch here today with Norma Dunwoody. We have our patriarchs in the back with Chuck and Mike. But every family needs that core, needs that glue. They need their mom. And Randy Richards Lutz is the mom of Career Partners. She has been there since the birth, and as far as I'm aware, we did not buy her a push present 25 years ago. So That's something to keep in mind. But she's been there for us through the toddler stages when we would fall and we would cry and we'd scuff our knee, and she would lift us up and give us words of encouragement, and we would continue on. She was there when we started running with E Squared, and we've continued to run 18 years later. Fittingly, in her family, running is something that happens quite a bit. If I see Paul and as a walker, I'm sorry? Oh, Hunter. I'm sorry, Hunter. And I mixed up my Richard Lutz boys. But Hunter and Paul running, that makes sense. So we hit the ground running, and we never stopped running, and she cheered us on. We went into our teenage years, and those of you that know I have 2 teenagers right now, there was some teenage angst, but she was able to work us through it. And then we got into our 20s, and we hit COVID. And just when we were so excited to go out and start partying it up, everything changed and the world changed. And yet there was Mom to be able to reassure us and guide us and get us back on path. And we had E Squared in 2020 virtually without a hiccup. And it was incredible because of her guidance and leadership. And now here we are at 25. We're about ready to go off of our parents' insurance. And yet she is still there to encourage us. And yes, it's important to have your matriarch and your patriarchs and your brothers and your sisters and your aunts and uncles of the board. Without all of that family support, it doesn't happen. But you need the glue, and you need your mom there. And one thing that I've learned in my life is that you will always need your mom. And we as career partners will always need our mom, Randy Richards Lutz. I'm going off script again, and as she said, I went really off script, and she's very humble, and I appreciate that. She's somebody who's been a mentor and a friend for me for years, and it just means a lot to honor her today, and I've learned from the best, and I've learned that you never have a celebration without a gift, and so it might be 25 years too late, but this is your push present.
Thank you. Well, for once I'm speechless. Can't thank you enough. Truly, Jeff, means the world to me, and you all mean the world to me. Culpeper means the world to me, and I mean it. So we want to take a moment to recognize someone with vision and determination, the one who brought this to life. In 1997, as president of the Culpeper Chamber of Commerce, Mrs. Norma Dunwoody organized a groundbreaking educational summit, bringing together 125 community members, educators from Culpeper County Public Schools and Germanna Community College, along with business, government, and community leaders. That moment sparked something really powerful. Her leadership and persistence carried that vision forward. And in 2000, it became what we now know as Career Partners Incorporated. This nonprofit organization we are all so proud of to celebrate today. Simply put, without Norma Dunwoody, Career Partners would not exist. On a personal note, I first met Norma and her husband Dave in 1996, the very day I signed my contract with Culpeper County Public Schools. That day, my mom and I were looking for a place for me to live. I'd made an appointment to meet someone regarding a basement apartment. When we arrived at that home for my mom and I to see that apartment, the home belonged to Norma and Dave. I had never met them a day in my life. Norma took me under her wing that very moment. She showed us around the apartment. She hugged us by like she'd known us forever, and we headed on our way. Norma, I'll never forget it. Over the years, that connection grew into a lifelong friendship. We have stood beside one another through life's greatest moments, celebrating milestones, supporting each other through challenges, and sharing in moments that made us who we are. Norma, your leadership changed this community. Your passion created opportunity. And your legacy will continue to impact students for generations to come. Ladies and gentlemen, it is truly my greatest honor to introduce to you Mrs. Norma Dunwoody.
Well, I'm totally unprepared because really all I'm guilty of is having a good idea. And what a place to have a good idea in this community that's just full of people willing to work together and make things happen. And it's been my blessing to be part of it. So thank you.
And now, to capture the spirit, the impact, and the stories of the past 25 years, it is again an extreme honor, my pleasure, to introduce a very special presentation. This video was thoughtfully and powerfully created by the talented team at Culpeper Media Network. Also a humble man, I'm going to make Jonathan Krawchuk stand because what you are about to see is monumental. Jonathan Krawchuk. John, along with Nick Morris, their work helps bring our community stories to life, folks. They do. And it's a way that inspires, connects, and celebrates who we are. Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention to the screen as we proudly present to you the power of partnership, 25 years of uniting business and education. Career Partners, 25. Career Partners, 25 years ago, was started from the amazing Norma Dunwoody.
So it was pretty much her decision to create a educational summit. The business people from the community came, educators from Germana. It was well over 100 people, and it was a very very beneficial day and a half or 2 days.
And the idea was if we could get a program together where we could teach the kids with some of our business people how business in real life really works, as opposed to what you read in books.
From the summit, we did many introductory meetings with our community, and then that led to our very first benchmarking trip, which was to Germany and Luxembourg.
The trip to Germany was basically to see how everybody else did stuff in Europe. So we went to Luxembourg, we went to Germany, we went to, several places. And also because our factories had their beginnings there.
From there, we came back. We were running with a steering committee at that time, and then we formally founded Career Partners Incorporated, the nonprofit that you know of today. A key change for Career Partners was when when Mike moved to Culpeper County. That was huge for us because he became such a team player. It's like he lived in Culpeper his whole life, and he was instrumental in where we are today.
And Career Partners at that time it had reached the end of its money, wasn't clear what it wanted to do in the future, and Boz asked me to just come to a meeting just to see. Well, it was clear that all that organization would needed was a product, and that was easy to do. Chuck and I put together the beginnings of E Squared, and the Career Partners just backed us 1,000%.
My name is Mike Dale, and I want to introduce you to a successful Career Partners program. It's called E Squared. It stands for Entrepreneurial Energy, and as you well know...
E Squared, our signature program, for example, was something that was very small during the Career Academy and has grown to what you know it as of today. We're in 18 years now of E Squared. We have our mock interviews. We have our STEM at the airport for every fifth grader in Culpeper County.
We're about 10 years now in the STEM program at the airport, where we bring every fifth grader out and show them business opportunities. And that's been really rewarding to see those fifth graders come out and see the commitment by the businesses and the community to be a part of it.
And I can go on and on of what Career Partners has evolved into over the last 25 years. It's very important to say that at the beginning, it was not easy. There was not trust built between the school system and the Culpeper community. The Culpeper community felt that we were not graduating productive citizens, and that was the importance of that summit that day, to lay it all out there.
Quite honestly, there was a lot of mistrust between the two, and but eventually, after working through some school board members that really didn't support it, or said they did but really didn't support it, it got to the point where everyone was kind of on the same page.
So many communities have tried to replicate Career Partners, and they can't do it because you have to have hard, honest conversations. You have to be professional with one another. And that is what we do day in and day out with Career Partners. All of these people that come to the table to make decisions. Our superintendent of schools, once a month, every month, these people are at the same table and have been doing so for 25 years. It's just incredible. And that's the power of partnership. There was so much curiosity and uncertainty then, but now, 25 years later, we know what we're doing. We don't have to explain Career Partners anymore to anyone. If you ask just about anybody in Culpeper, they know what Career Partners is. They know what E Squared is.
The community's been willing to be a part of something and develop it, not necessarily having to wait for state or county or municipal funds. The people will just get together and solve a problem.
One of the key things that Career Partners helped prepare me for, and E Squared in particular, really was the payoff of hard work. One thing about the class is that I think it's impossible to create a well-structured business plan, create your presentation, put all of that together within the confines of a school day. It requires some after-school work. It requires some collaboration over the weekend. It requires stepping out of your comfort zone, right? What we needed to do was also get buy-in and input from individuals outside of the school system, outside of our teachers and parents, and all of that requires work. None of that is given to you. And so that was really one of the key things, is that for anything that's worth having, it's going to require some work.
Leaving high school, I felt like I had a strong plan for my future, and I really felt like I was a part of the Culpeper community, not just a student of the Culpeper school system. I'm living proof of what is possible when a community invests in their young people, and I am so thankful for what Career Partners has done for me.
I just think it's a testament to all the volunteers that we've had. I think it's a testimony to our community that we care enough, and that's why Career Partners has succeeded.
We have a community of very intelligent people, but the main thing is they're willing to donate their time and their money to the program. And I think that's it's the Culpeper community that has made it a success.
And understanding that it didn't happen overnight, right? It took people who came to the table and were consistent in their work in developing and creating an organization such as this. It tells you that in their hearts that they cared for the community.
The longevity of Career Partners has a lot to do with the partnerships that have been built. Every time that I'm able to engage in a Career Partners program, I feel inspired. I feel like the future is bright.
You don't know what the largest thing or the biggest thing is that moved it, for sure. So I would say thank you for your participation. Thank you for your faith in E Squared. And I want to thank the people of Culpeper who always took us in and said, yeah, you guys are doing great stuff.
It's a tribute to you, Culpeper. Your generosity, the time that you have spent, and that beautiful American thing of let's get it done.
I think we got to be awful proud of what we've been able to put together. That I think we just have a good group of people coming together that can make it so that Culpeper will continue to be a good place to live.
I mean, look around this community and look at the things that Career Partners has touched. Career Partners is people who believe in this community. They believe in Culpeper. They show up every time. And I'm so happy to say that that power of partnership will stand strong for probably 25, many more years to come.
Wow. Jonathan Krawchuk, you and your team have once again outdone yourself. This organization has always been about people, leaders, educators, business partners, and students working together to create meaningful opportunities. It has been a privilege to be a part of that work. In September, I will have the honor of passing the torch and the vacuum to our incoming president, Ed Dalrymple, and I know Career Partners will continue to grow and thrive under his leadership. To everyone here today, thank you for being a part of the celebration and for the role you play in supporting our students and our community. Before I turn the program over to Ashley for our E Squared winners, which I know everybody's waiting on pins and needles for, we have a few quick announcements. First off, I just want to point out that I went to Pepperberry's to get this for Randy, so I just wanted to point that out, supporting local. Immediately following today's program, we ask that our E² students please head to the Makerspace for lunch. Our honorees and guests staying for the Career Partners Luncheon, you may proceed to the culinary area near the front of the building to pick up your lunch. You are welcome to eat and mingle here in the hub and hallway. As you're enjoying your meal, we will be calling honorees for photos. And now, for the moment you've all been waiting for, it is my honor to turn it back over to Ashley and Bryce for the announcement of the 2026 E² winners.
Yeah, no problem. Jeff's got to get his blanket. Thank you all. What a tough follow they gave me, huh? Eyes are crying. Thank you, Jeff. Career Partners has had such a huge impact, not only on the community, but certainly myself. My name is Bryce. I'm on the E² management team. And for the students, I sat in the same position you're in 2016 at the Board of Supervisors office, awaiting the results. So I can feel your urgency in all these videos, and you're like, just tell us by now. First of all, I want to recognize the participants that become members of the E² Honor Society. The society was established to recognize any participant on any of the teams. These teams could have presented today, they could have presented at preliminaries, and they must have had 4 of the judges say that, yes, we will invest in your company regardless of the score they received. In addition, the participant must have an A in their E² class. These students will be recognized at their high school graduation by wearing a green E² honor cord, as well as having their name in the graduation program. This cord is well-deserved and is a way to recognize any participant that meets the qualifications. Our next honor, as you've heard, one of the most meaningful and prestigious we present, the Bob Jebsen Award. Before we announce this year's recipients, you'll have an opportunity to learn more about the remarkable man behind it. The video you're about to see shares the story of Bob Jebsen's life, his values, the lasting legacy he leaves for all of us. This will be the final year that we share this particular video as Culpeper Media Network prepares a new tribute for the future. As we look ahead, this award will continue to grow and evolve, carrying Bob's spirit forward in new, impactful ways. As we've called out earlier, members of the Jebsen family, I just want to give you a quick round of applause. I won't make you come up here again, but another round of applause for the Jebsen family. Hit the video.
Hi, I'm Jeb, Eastern View class of 2013.
I'm Tiffany, CCHS class of 2008.
I'm Nikki, CCH class of 2002.
Little technical difficulties. This is business, not technology class, you know. Stand up.
Hi, I'm Jeb, Eastern View class of 2013.
I'm Tiffany, CCHS class of 2008.
I'm Nikki, CCH class of 2002.
And I'm Roki, CCHS class of 1995. In 1997, leaders of local government, business, and the school system hosted an educational summit to address concern that Culpeper High School graduates were not ready for the workplace. The outcome of this summit was the formation of the educational nonprofit known today as Career Partners. Career Partners' flagship program, Entrepreneurial Energy, or E², the reason why we're all here today, was launched in 2008. Since its inception, it has awarded high school entrepreneurs with over $240,000 in educational scholarships.
One of the founding members of the organization and Career Partners' first president was Bob Jebsen, known to the 4 of us as Grandpa Kid. Bob was a successful businessman and community leader in Culpeper County from 1972 until his passing in 2013. Bob's wisdom, generosity, and tireless commitment to serving his community was in no small part responsible for the 20 years Career Partners has successfully served the students of Culpeper.
Every year, E Squared has presented the Coaches Award to those participating students who exhibit exceptional energy and commitment to their respective team projects and exemplify the principles of teamwork, honesty, integrity, leadership, perseverance, and confidence. In addition to these qualities, Bob was a visionary who always approached a challenge or opportunity with these lasting words: "How can I help?" He loved his family, he loved his community, and he loved giving.
We are proud and excited to announce that this prestigious recognition will continue to be made in honor and memory of Bob Jepson, our grandfather, who personified these qualities and principles to the benefit and success of Career Partners and E Squared. We congratulate all recipients and hope that you will help us carry his legacy forward. And now, Sandy Boone will announce the results.
My job's done. The Bob Jepson Award is presented to a student whose pair of coaches and their teacher feel the student is exceptional and very likely to succeed in business. These students must also receive an A for their overall class grade, and the students must really stand out. The students are each awarded an $800 scholarship. I would ask that each student please come forward as I read their names, and we'll read a little bit of a brief bio of their semester's performance. Jocelyn Elliott, EVHS Magna Loop. Jocelyn was the vocal leader of Magna Loop, consistently taking initiative and guiding conversations and keeping the team aligned on their goals. She communicated clear ideas and confidently helping the group navigate challenges and make thoughtful decisions. Beyond simply speaking up, Jocelyn encouraged participation from all team members, helping to grow an amazing team dynamic which allowed the group to work seamlessly together. Her leadership, strong communication skills, and ability to keep the team focused were instrumental to Magna Loop's success and make her poised to thrive in the business world. Congratulations. Brittany Ray Maya, Magna Loop, EVHS. Brittany exemplified leadership through her due diligence and determination and attention to detail. Her consistent effort and commitment significantly contributed to her team's success. She was never afraid to put the work in and lead by example, leading a meaningful impact on the group's overall plan. Over the course of the semester, Brittany demonstrated clear growth in her business knowledge and leadership abilities, becoming more confident in her decision-making and contributions. Brittany's professionalism and strong work ethic will undoubtedly support her in future business success in the business world. Congratulations. Carla Torres Reyes, CCHS Terra Term. We are nominating Carla for the Bob Jepson Award because she has demonstrated outstanding leadership throughout the entire semester. When her team's business faced challenges and did not go accordingly to their plan, she stepped up, adapted quickly, and helped turn things around through determination and strong decision-making. Carla consistently put in hard work both in and out of school, showing dedication, responsibility, and perseverance. Her ability to lead others and stay committed to success makes it clear that she will excel as a leader in whatever field she chooses to pursue. Congratulations. Amalia Fiera, CCHS graduate. Amalia's positive presence on a strong team and elevated the work of those around her. Throughout their semester, she remained focused on how their product could genuinely improve the student experience. Her presentation skills reflect a strong command of content and warm, engaging delivery. We are confident she will continue to succeed in her future endeavors. Congratulations. Lilani Mae Felix, CCHS Mello. In my 15 years of working with students, there are few who I've come across as impressive as Lilani Mae Felix, which is why we would like to nominate her for the Bob Jepson Award. Each student, regardless of their background, is faced with an impossible balancing act between academics, extracurriculars, social relationships, family commitments, secondary education, and career planning. It is expected that a student will drop the ball in at least one of these areas. Lilani, however, not only excels in these areas, but sets the highest standards of achievements for her peers. She is a student who stands out not only through her charisma, but also by her merit and competency. During E Squared, we saw Leilani's devotion to excellence inspire her peers to match her drive and commitment, from scheduling Google Meets on weekends to review business plans or staying after school regularly to refine the presentation. Leilani led by example. I cannot think of a student who is more deserving of this award. He is no longer here. I think Bob Jepson himself would be proud to be a part of the same community as a young leader like Leilani Mae Felix. Congratulations. Jacob Harris, CCHS Century Pass. We are nominating Jacob for the Bob Jepson Award because he has been a dedicated and hardworking student throughout the entire semester. He has invested a great deal of time and effort into developing the team's business plans and ensuring their success. Jacob also showed strong leadership skills by delegating job duties effectively so work could be completed efficiently. He led with kindness and respect, while also being able to provide constructive criticism in a thoughtful and positive manner. Jacob's character, work ethic, and leadership make him a deserving candidate for this award. Congratulations. Amira Sawyer, EVHS Compols. Amira is a remarkable young woman who demonstrated a variety of qualities that made her an excellent teammate and future excellent businesswoman. She regularly took the initiative to volunteer for roles and tasks associated with the formation of her product ideas for her team. Chief among them was her role as the marketing person for her team. She was enthusiastic about the role and dove into the role immediately. She developed the logo and color scheme and played an integral role in the development of the product line as well. Bill and I knew early that Amira had the qualities needed to be in the face of the team. Amira is poised, self-confident, and more importantly, consistent in her work ethic. She routinely met with Ms. Brandis outside of the classroom hours and regularly communicated with her coaches on all matters related to Compost. Amira was the anchor of the team Compost. Her her cheerful demeanor sustained the team during the preparations for the preliminary presentation. She routinely assisted her teammates in tasks and communicated with the coaches on behalf of the teams in many instances. Finally, Amira has professed a real interest and desire in pursuing business as a focus of her high school and college studies. She clearly has the intelligence for a pursuit. More importantly, she has the work ethic, consistency, focus, and drive to succeed in her pursuits. When no one factors that in that Amira is a sophomore and will continue to develop her abilities the next 2 years, one can envision what a powerhouse she will be. In our view, all these factors indicate that Amira Sawyer is the most deserving to be awarded this distinction. Congratulations. Luke Jury, EVHS Status Rep. Luke exudes an infectious level of confidence that motivates and energizes everyone around him. From the very first day of the semester, he demonstrated exceptional focus, tenacity, and determination, propelling his team towards success. He constantly showed a willingness to go above and beyond, dedicating time and effort to the project at all hours and settling a strong example for his peers. Luke's drive, resilience, and commitment to excellence distinguish him as a leader. With these qualities, he is well positioned to be successful not only in business, but in any path he chooses. Congratulations. Lauren Butterfield, EVHS Status Rep. Lauren is the definition of an exceptional teammate. She consistently led by example through her unwavering dedication to the project and her willingness to put in the work, whether in class or on her own time. Over the course of the semester, her growth was clear as she developed greater confidence and emerged as a strong leader. Lauren never hesitated to speak up, offering thoughtful input and helping guide her team back on track whenever they began to drift off course. Her accountability, work ethic, and leadership make it evident that she will succeed in the business world and in all of her future endeavors. Congratulations. Sarah Abdul Khater, EVHS Bread and Butter. Sarah has been a consistent pillar for her team, keeping progress moving forward and being a positive influence on her teammates. She was great at helping to delegate workload and taking full advantage of coaching days by asking relevant questions. Yay, Sarah. Congratulations to all of you. I hope you go out and do well things in the business world and in life. Give one last round of applause for all of our winners. All right, you guys. All right, next up is Ashley for the time you've waited for.
Should we show another video, you think? No, just kidding. All right, well, first of all, I would like to thank Cedar Mountain Stone and Chemung Contracting for being our signature sponsor today. So just a huge shout out to them. We couldn't have this possible without them. All right, everybody, now, the moment you've all been waiting for. Congratulations to all of our teams, those in prelims and those who showed us what months of hard work, dedication, and teamwork can accomplish. Before I reveal the winner, let's give everyone one more big round of applause. Great job, team. All right, and now in this envelope, yes, the very same one Randy's been using since before PowerPoint had sound effects, 18 years strong. You can see our old logo here. She insists it's bad luck to switch it out. And as Mike always jokes, she can make a paperclip last a lifetime. In this envelope, we have our winner. Each student will win $10,000 scholarship. All right. Oh, I'm nervous. All right. And now the winner is Status Wrap. Please come forward, Status Wrap. Congratulations to all the teams. Congratulations to Status Wrap. Check down just a tad. All right, you really woohoo! I know. I think they're in shock still. And I believe this is a first-time win for Jack and Josh as coaches, right? Congratulations. All right, congratulations. Would anyone like to say anything? Would anyone like to say anything? No? You're just in shock? All right.
Or y'all have to say stuff too, though. Thank you. It was really fun. Yeah.
Yes, thank y'all so much.
Thank you so much. This has made me learn so much over the years.
All right. Congratulations again. Thank you all for spending the day with us. Your energy, support, and belief in these students is what makes this experience so special. As we celebrate 25 years of Career Partners, we're already looking ahead to excitement for the next 25 years, continuing to inspire, invest in, and empower the next generation of innovators and leaders. Safe travels, everyone, and we hope to see you again next year. Thank you all.
jokes so many times. Are you okay?
Yeah, I gotta pee too. Hold these? Yeah, can you hold this while I go pee? No, I gotta pee. I think we can hold that while I go pee. Bye. I gotta bathroom in my cup. That's nasty. Is that a way out? Okay. There's gonna be a way out.